Okay, go. We
That
ready.
was sarcasm.
Okay.
Turn on our
No,
recording system.
Yes. Is
it was
good.
only semi-software, or semi-sarcasm. The next campaign is not being recorded, but we're already too far into this one.
Oh, damn.
Anyway, swamping.
So, last we left our heroes, we had just managed to march the men back to Kalaman. So we had formalized the retreat, managed to march our troops back to Kalaman, and we had them stationed outside the walls right now, kind of with the whole little garrison town, little town on the outskirts that we kind of made with Vogler people. We were just getting back. Some of the guards were doing it. Authorities being passed over, and we specifically were requested to go to the Kalaman Council. We go to the council, and we notice that we hear rumors that people have shown up there, knights, like 12 or so regular knights, and 3 people with them, for a total of 15 people, I believe. The knights were just kind of your standard Knights of Solamnia, but those have not been seen in a while here, so it was rather strange. We got to the council chamber and saw that there were 2 Knights of Solamnia in front of the door, and they were weird. We did some rolls and got a vibe check on them, and they were undead. Their armor old and made of steel, and something just extremely uncanny about them.
Mhm.
Upon further investigation, it appeared that they were undead. Luma apparently can smell it now. We also summoned Familiar. We found out that Luma is a guy. He's just a guy. Just a dude,
Yes.
honestly. And we learned some more about Luma's backstory and how their family is exorcists. And people associated with death. We did the whole undead thing. We broke into the council chamber, and we saw everyone was dead. Just all of the council members that were there were dead, although notably Lady Perth and Lady Micah were not among the people that were dead there.
The only important ones.
We fought off a guy whose name eludes me, but he was a weird dancing guy. He had apparently... This is something that we may have learned. Apparently, these followers of Stephen Soft may be ghosts possessing people. Because we fought this guy off, and instead of dying, what he did was he turned into a weird mist and abandoned his body. Which I think, did it die or not die? Was the body dead?
You did not stop to check the body.
We did not stop to check the body. But we left that body with the council members. We were approached by Harper, who is a flowery druid bard person that has like flowing vines and imagery with them. They appeared in the council chamber and advised us not to go looking for Lady Perth and Lady Micah, and that someone had set up some kind of barrier around Castle Kalaman. Although we don't have much information. We also found in the back of the room that there was a large hole leading, and that was where they had either come in or escaped through. And we have begun descending into that hole. We decided not to listen to her song of rest and take a rest, but just to immediately start going since it seemed that time was of the essence. We're currently dashing down this hole, trying to figure out what's going on with Kalaman. Although the weird mist escaped upwards, not down the cavern, I believe. So that weird mist of the guy who apparently doesn't like Stephen Soft anymore escaped up as opposed to out, so it is not in the cavern. But we're still investigating. We believe that there are others, and we know that... I don't think we got a count of how many skeletons were in the room, but we killed 2 ghouls outside, leaving 10 normal soldiers, and it would appear that this was one of the 3 special people that we found.
Point of order.
There are 2 potentially other...
Point of order. It's not that he doesn't like Stephen Soth, it's that he no longer works for him.
He no longer works, yeah, but... Brent. So this was one of Stephen Soft's boys, basically, like Worston Kern was, but they have stopped working for, or in memory of, Stephen Soft. We still don't believe that Stephen Soft is alive, but this was an ally of Worston Kern, who served Stephen Soft. But instead of, like, being, isn't Stephen so great, this guy is like, fuck off, I work for whoever I want now. And he seems to be working with the Dragon Army. So we still don't believe that Stephen Soft is alive, but this was an ally of Worston Kern, who served Stephen Soft. But instead of, like, being, isn't Stephen so great, this guy is like, fuck off, I work for whoever I want now. And he seems to be working with the Dragon Army. Although we don't have exact confirmation on that. Although we did hear the name High Proctor a few times. Either was it out of him or out of Harper?
I think it was out of Harper. He said a lot, but he didn't say much of you.
Yeah.
I was trying to get him to talk, and he said a lot of
dancing.
words, and none of it was very.
He kept absolutely flossing on us.
He's good at that.
But yeah. So that happened. We're now chasing down the tunnel, and Harper mentioned something called the High Proctor. The High Proctor is mentioned. We don't know who that is, but it is not. It is notably not High Proctor Bellafion. It is the High Proctor, who is someone related to the whole Steven Soft situation, as far as we know.
Yep.
But that is our current situation. We are trying to chase down whoever the fuck is left. And figure out why the fuck they just killed the entire Calaman Council, except for 2 people. Maybe there were more. We didn't count. I don't think we counted.
You did not count.
We're in a bit
It
of a
seemed like
rush.
most of them, though. We're in a bit of a... We'll come count later. But yeah. So, last we left our heroes, we were running down a corridor. Trying to figure out what the fuck happened.
Alright. And we return to a dark and dusty tunnel below the depths of Calaman Castle.
Yeah.
Anybody got a light?
Oh.
Do you not have...
Prestidigitation light.
There we go.
Alright, never mind.
There, you have a candle flame. Good. So,
I was more going for a bright ball of light, but
that prestidigitation can do a candle flame, which can be used to light something else should you have something like torches, but it's not a very good light on its own.
Oh, alright. Then I'll use thaumaturgy, create 6 lamps floating around us.
Fair enough.
We have light.
Light.
Good.
So, can we get a gauge as to how old these caverns are?
Well, the immediate tunnel through the door down into the depths is very well carved, and it seems to... The entire cavern seems to have just all been carved from the natural mountain. There are almost no stone edifices. There's nothing added. It's just a hole that's been drilled down with some stairs until you come out at the bottom, at which point it is a kind of cramped, dark space with no real light sources, aside from kind of a single jet of light that you see in the darkness ahead of you coming from your right side, I believe, as you go down. Everything is caked in a layer of dust so thick it almost makes it slippery as you're going down the stairs, but there are footprints leading ahead of you.
Well,
And it's difficult to get a solid date or time frame because it's stone, but the stairs themselves aren't very well worn. They're not well traveled at all. Every 10 or 12 feet down the stairs, there's an insignia of 2 snakes coiling together in sort of a figure 8 Ouroboros.
anybody know what that means?
You notice that the 2 snakes have they have a regular body, but then about 2/3 of the way down, their tails split into 2, so they're 2 twin-tailed snakes kind of consuming themselves.
Is anyone familiar with that, or is that completely foreign to all of us?
probably best to ask the archaeologist on this one.
Yeah.
If you would like to know, you can make a history check, but it is a very high DC.
All of us, or Leica? I assume only Leica would know this.
I'd say anyone with proficiency could make it. I think that's only Leica, but it might not be.
Proficiency
Yep,
in what?
History.
History? Oh, yeah. Never mind.
Nope. As soon as the topic is
Oddly
brought
enough,
up,
I have a
all
plus
you can
3 in
hear is
history.
the AOL startup sound in Ajahn head.
I also have proficiency in that. I have +4.
Alright. If
Alright,
you would
smart
like to
pants.
try.
Sure. History.
First roll of the night.
Let's go.
Oh, God.
Roll the bones. $15.
14.
We both rolled
Below
11.
average.
Let's go. Swampy's dead.
Yup.
Heck yep. We shall wait. There he is. Are you back? Swampy,
Just
do you
pulling my
live?
character sheet. With,
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Just pulling up my history mod. My history is +5, and my history knowledge feature. Else,
You're cutting in and out, sorry. Swampy, can you hear us?
Swampy!
Swampy!
Oh,
In the
rip.
meantime, while they're figuring that
and
out,
as I reconnect, that is a dirty 20 on the history.
Cool. What were you saying, Asha?
let's deal with it. Let's deal with that first.
Okay. So no one actually made it.
Wow. Okay, so this is like really just unknown shit.
Yeah. I think Leica got close enough that you could make a wild guess that it looks kind of like a coat of arms, the way that it's repeated, and it's kind of painted on almost every flat surface, like a certain set distance every so often. But you have no idea whose or what's, why, when, where, how.
Okay.
I have no idea if you heard any of that. Anyway,
Are you
Ajahn.
alive,
Yeah,
Swampy?
I was gonna cast augury. And I'm basically I'm gonna cast my bones, and I'm going to see. The question is, okay. I always forget how to phrase these questions. It is a good vibes or bad vibes or medium vibes.
Yes, the only 3 answers I'm allowed to give you are good, bad, or mixed. So you have to ask a question that can result in one of those answers.
Okay. Okay, I'm trying to formulate what are the chances we experience a high volume of strong enemies?
Alright. First of all, that is a spell, correct? You are using magic to do that, not like a class feature or anything.
It is a spell.
Okay, cool. Are you expending a spell slot to do so, or are you casting it as a ritual?
I can only cast it as a ritual.
Okay, so you're taking like 10 minutes to go do this thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So, the first thing that's going to happen before you get an answer is while you're getting ready to roll the bones, your hands
Oh, wait,
start
hold on.
thrumming.
No, it doesn't need to be a ritual, but I can only use it once per day.
Okay.
Because it's a
So
thing.
Alright, so which one are you doing?
I'm just going to do it.
Okay.
Not as a ritual, because time is of the essence.
Okay, got it. So, your hands start kind of thrumming with unfamiliar energy, like tingling, almost electric. And then as you cast the bones, there's this bright, luminescent puff of violet fire that just engulfs you and the bones themselves for a split second, kind of flashbanging everyone in the room.
What the
And the augury comes up negative.
Uh-huh.
The flame, by the way, is completely silent and it's almost ice cold.
You guys saw that, right?
It looks
Yup.
like someone's trying to interfere in your spellcasting.
Well, the spell went through and came up bad omens. Bad omens.
Here.
Why sort of hovering over your shoulder? I don't like this place very much.
It's alright, little one. We don't like this place very much.
Also, hi, I'm back. I moved.
Cool. Welcome back. How much did you hear?
I heard nothing about my check. I heard Mike doing augury. Roughly.
Okay.
I heard him ask a question about whether or not they're going to be strong enemies, and then it's a bad omen.
Cool. And you got the bit with the fire too, right?
You re-describe that? Sorry.
Okay. So as he casts the augury, his hands begin to tingle with this almost electric foreign sensation of magic, and as he casts the spell, he is momentarily engulfed in an ice-cold, silent violet fire.
That's new.
So,
Yeah.
can I turn to Y and be like, do you know what that just was? Did you do that?
I didn't do it.
Do you know who did?
Nope.
Uh-huh. Did it feel like it came from an outside source?
Well, it definitely wasn't you, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because I'm like, did I do that?
And I knew that. No, you did not.
Okay, cool. Okay, so
Well,
the fact is that either it didn't actually affect my spellcast, or it did, and the answer that we got is being manipulated. But
To real quick check back in with Swampy.
Yes.
So the DC for that was 22.
Got it. Any information
You-
from 20?
you got- You got close enough. I think it would be reasonable for you to make a wild guess that this is in the same vein as a lot of coat of arms you used to see from the old world. You have no idea whose or when they lived, why they lived, who they were. Any of that. No details at all.
But this is like the symbol of some guy. Not necessarily
Maybe.
like a religious order.
It has the vibe of that.
Okay.
That's
and
not
it was
necessarily to say that it is.
two
we
snakes
may want
coiled
to
around.
keep moving forward.
yeah, either
What were
way,
you saying?
let's be on our guard. In fact,
What
why?
exactly was the symbol? I caught bits and pieces of it. It's
Okay. So the symbol is a matched pair of snakes whose bodies kind of split about 2/3 of the way down into having two separate tails, and each one is consuming one of its tails in a figure 8 pattern.
okay. So they're snakes eating each other's tails. Figure it.
No, they're figure 8 snakes eating their own tails, but it's a matched mirrored pair.
Oh, got it. Got it.
Can I turn to Y and just go, okay, can you go down this cavern, if you're comfortable doing this, and tell us what you see up ahead? Because most people can't see you. So
Let's not send the fragment of the god forward, and instead send the very creepy familiar forward instead. Reginald,
Yes, sir.
please go down the hole and report back as to what exactly you find.
Very good, sir. As he perambulates down the hallway in his legless manner, I would like to point out that despite lacking legs and also a face, the man is kind of bobbing like he's walking a stiff march.
I believe, as he is my familiar, I can look in through his eyes.
You can. I do not have a token, and I'm running out of room to add 8 tokens to this campaign, so I'm just going to use this one.
Okay. Just mark it with something.
Controllable by Lone Glint. There's your familiar.
Yay.
For now. Where would you like your familiar to be?
I'd like him to be able to look in through this doorway.
Okay. Also, what's the range limit on seeing through their eyes? Like, is that just as far as the dude can go?
Let me check. While your familiar is within 100 feet of you, you can communicate with it telepathically. Additionally, as an action, you can see through your familiar's eyes and hear what it hears until the start of your next turn.
So within 100 feet. Got it.
Benefits of any special senses that familiar has. During this time, you are deaf and blind with regards to your own senses. So I'm probably holding on to Leica with a death grip at the moment.
So the gnome is holding on to the elf. Siren, sorry. Anyway, there be a familiar
Also, a little
you
bit
may
of
see.
blood as I'm critically wounded.
Uh-huh. Well, what would you like to do? You are in control of the familiar.
Yes. He goes out that far away from me. So he's just going to go forward and explore.
Alright. We are going to, real quick, do a thing.
Wherever it is humanly traversable, he's going.
Alright.
Scout ahead.
So when he gets to about 30 feet away from you, I'm going to need you to make a concentration saving throw.
Ooh.
Meanwhile,
Something's not happy about this.
he can reasonably get here, so we're going to do this. The light spilling through is from a collapsed doorway.
That's a 7.
Yeah, he fizzles. So that's unfortunate. Before he fizzles, however, through the staticky images, you can see there's another set of stairs going down into a completely collapsed doorway through which the light is spilling out. And you can see just a little bit beyond it into sort of a large foyer-type room, but you only get to see a little bit of it before he just kind of snaps out of existence.
I kind of stumble back when he does. Okay. That was unexpected. About 30 feet away from me, he just fizzled.
Alright,
Which is
something
odd for Reginald.
fucky's going on with the magic in here.
Yes. I do know that the around that corner where the light is, there is a foyer. I do not know what's in it. I just saw the first couple of feet of it. Also, can we move forward, please? There is a griffin directly behind me, and I don't feel like being a snack.
It's being very well behaved. It's still crunching on the crab familiar from earlier.
Which, you know, it's breaking the law. It's breaking every known law of magic to do that, but I'm here for it.
It's too funny not to.
Doesn't the crab only have 1 HP?
I'm gonna slowly move forwards,
Okay.
kind of to over here.
I'm gonna stay right behind.
What are
Trying
we
to kind of
doing?
get a peek at what's going on.
Oh god.
Alright. So, Swampy, as you approach, up to this point, right? Like this sort of point, it's all deliberately carved, if not the smoothest, most perfect of creations. But with this doorway collapsed, a new passage, quote-unquote new passage, still covered in dust, but just very obviously newer, as it isn't as worn down or as completely choked with dust, has been forced in this direction.
Got it. So this is the new path down here,
Yes.
and then this is existing whatever it was.
Yeah, it was a doorway.
It was
Why they would force a new path instead of clearing the doorway is not immediately obvious.
Alright. Ajahn.
Because they wanted to give us a peek into this room without actually letting us enter.
No, to be fair, when I say newer passage, I don't mean fresh. I mean like a couple 100 years newer than the thousands of year old tunnel you're in, kind of thing.
Yeah.
The scales aren't quite that old, but that's sort of the vibe.
I'm going to pull Iriata a little bit closer to me, and I'm going to kind of try and peek more in here.
Leica,
Anyone else want to do any moving around? Yes?
I'm gonna stick
would
right
you
behind
say
you.
that this appears to be pre-cataclysm?
Yeah. It's old. Calaman's known to be a pre-cataclysm city.
Hmm.
Seems
Then
like this is
perhaps-
far.
I'm not.
Seems rather. Go ahead.
I'm not the best educated for the ways of stonecutters and such, but if any of that rubble is load-bearing, please don't move it.
I wasn't planning on adjusting too much. Again, I'm more just trying to get a look in there, like a proper look, since whatever attempt before happened fizzled.
It's difficult to kind of see through the crumbled rock surface, but you can manage to see about 10 feet into the next room. And there's a very sort of dim yellow glow that's constant, so it's not candle or torchlight, but it sort of suffuses the entire room beyond. It's almost the right shade to be a sunset, except you're underneath.
Okay.
Is there any way we can squeeze past this rubble, or is it like totally collapsed off?
Totally collapsed. You're peeking through a keyhole.
Got it.
Yeah, so let's not move that. I say we go this way, and I can take point if you guys are okay with that.
Please do.
I
I'm soft and squishy.
appreciate it.
All right. Well, all right. I'm gonna move this way,
Okay.
and I'm gonna have. I'm gonna assume. Look. Why? You said you don't like this place.
Ah,
One sec. I've moved the map instead of the thing that's on the map. Give me 1 sec. It's a very small object I'm trying to move. Give me.
I'm gonna
Thing.
just real
Give me
quick
the thing.
put my posse together. My posse.
Wish I had brought Hector.
Okay, so
someone
there's now a
dared
thing on the map.
it. Dare it. Yeah.
There's now a thing on the map that I can't move, so I'm going to fix that real quick because it
Duplicate.
cannot be there. No, it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. We're fine. Alright, sorry about that.
Getting rid of this thing that should not.
It's just gonna vaguely annoy me. It's fine.
Okay.
Right. Hey, why?
Yep.
So you said you don't like it in here.
No,
Yeah.
not at all.
All right, so we're gonna work on that thing.
Okay.
Can you explain to me what about it here you don't like?
It's old, and I don't like it.
So you don't like old people?
Are we inside a person right now? Are we in a person right now?
No,
There's
no,
like
no,
wide
no,
eyes staring at Luma.
No.
It's completely sidetracked.
We are not inside a person. Please don't confuse her anymore.
It's just going off in the corner.
Alright.
Okay.
I'm gonna warn y'all right now. The map is about to move because I do have to fix something.
Okay.
We're just gonna live with that for a
Guys, we're in the
second.
ocean. We're in the ocean.
No one move. Hey, look, drawing space.
I'm home.
Delete that.
We're back in
Move
the
this
I'm
back.
home.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay, we're good now. Sorry, I needed to delete something really badly.
You felt the ocean embrace you for half a second.
Smooth.
Correct.
In the words of the vine, that's my mom. Boogie woogie woogie.
Wooga wooga wooga.
Yes.
Okay. So, why, as always, unhelpful. I was just trying to see if she could, like, sense if there was any magical fuckery going on in here. But, guess not. So we need to work on that. I'm gonna press on.
Alright. You're gonna hit about there. Right about there.
Ocean, are you coming?
We're in the roll 20.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
Alright, you're good.
Alright.
One
we
of
are
those days.
somewhere.
Yes.
You need me on?
Where would you like to be?
We're in the void right now. What do you mean? Well, not the void, but it's just blue grid.
Can you not see the revealed map?
I see this area over here, and then it's for the rest of this, it's all blue grid.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I can't see anything else.
It seems like you
I-
did shift the map. Like under
yeah,
us.
but I put it back, so I'm not sure how to fix that.
I saw you move it back.
Let me reload the page. Give it a few seconds.
Yeah, we
You're
go.
good. That is
Okay,
drawing.
now I see it. Now I see it.
Okay, cool. You also have Darrett. Do not forget Darrett.
Yeah.
He's very,
I'm gonna reload.
very kind of just here right now.
He's a fragile soul.
He's not fragile.
He's
He's been through
quaking
a
a little
lot.
bit in his boots.
Just a
He's
bit,
ever
just,
so slightly quaking in his boots.
just a smidgen of boot quaking.
Yep.
Okay, if you reload, it does fix it. It does fix it.
Cool.
So I get to about here in the middle of the room.
Yeah.
Just wide open.
Mhm.
Hello.
You start feeling that electric tingle again,
Oh god.
and this time you just burst into violet flame. So as soon as you cross like halfway across this room, you are engulfed in cold, searingly cold violet flame that doesn't hurt, but you feel it in your bones, not on your skin, kind of thing, even though you are visibly immolated.
I imagine that like I start screaming bloody murder as if I was on fire, and then as soon as I realize that I'm not like in immediate pain, I'm like, ah, 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 ah. Oh,
Lima's first reaction is to try and snuff it out with prestidigitation.
You also immediately immolate.
Jesus.
I immolate.
Ah.
Oh
You guys
my!
are not great with fire.
So, Luma and Ajan are now effectively under the effects of fairy fire.
Which is...
Luma
hell?
immediately pulls out a pocket test kit and starts trying to figure out what the fire is.
You can't figure out how to interact with it at the moment. It's just entirely eluding you.
Well, it's
Why?
I'm going to have the little canary slowly. I'm
Cool.
gonna have the little canary try and slowly pull up to about where Ajan is.
It's going to make it to about 25 feet of you, and then you're going to get this weird static interference, like it can't go much further without fizzling. Meanwhile, hey Dwarvos.
I'm gonna get this what? I heard you're gonna get this.
Static interference.
White noise.
Do you
Yeah,
hear
familiar
the
with
words?
fizzle.
Do you hear the words static interference?
I hear the word static interference.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what's happening. Meanwhile,
Well-
Dwarvos.
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
Not too bad.
That's good. Darrett's not doing great.
Why?
Oh.
Visibly trembling, like cold sweats, holding his sword for dear life in like a ready high guard.
Oh boy. You okay over there?
Yeah, not great with caves. Tight spaces, not my thing.
Faces in the dark? Ah, it's where I grew up. It's like home, but creepier and shittier.
It's it's the feeling that the falls are closing in normal. Do you get that all the time? Do you just get used to that?
Yeah. The earth makes noises. The earth is almost alive.
Oh,
It's pretty normal.
Oh, good. Glad to hear it.
Lima's gonna look back at Darrett and say, "Just keep your eyes forward. It helps. Look towards the most open space. It really helps."
Oh, good. I'll keep that in mind. Good. The ceiling is making noises.
I imagine like while I'm literally on fire, I just look around and I'm like, "You're doing great, man. Just stay calm."
He hadn't actually noticed the fire yet because he was panicking, and now that you've drawn attention to yourself, his eyes get real wide. It's like, oh,
Hey, maybe it's distracting.
Luma also on fire. is just kind of leaning around Quint, going, "You'll be fine." There's people who have it far worse at the moment.
Can I look over at Y and be like, "Hey, Y, is somebody doing this to me?"
So fun story about why.
Oh boy.
You remember how when you cast Augury, she sort of fizzles in and out of existence every so often?
Yeah.
So she's doing that again, except instead of simply vanishing, in the stark darkness of the cave, you see she's flickering between her typical ethereal blue and this almost translucent black vapor. And every so often, in the vague childlike shape of Y, you see just these little pinpricks of silver, but it's not constant. They're never in the same place. It's just like little pinpricks of light in the dark outline of where she was, and then she flickers back into existence. And she doesn't seem totally cognizant of what's happening right now.
Oh, that's not good. Guys, this might be something a bit more than magic fuckery.
Oh boy.
Okay. Well, there's nothing to do but, I guess, press onward. And good news, we don't need a light anymore. Just kind of motioning to myself.
A single mote of violet flame appears here, and then it starts pooling out of this wall until it gets to about here, and this whole alcove is just filled in with this seeping flame across the floor, like an oil burning out from the walls.
Shit,
And
okay.
it stops when it gets about there, but it's just roiling in place.
Okay, we're not going that way. I'm gonna peek down this way.
Down that way is a fairly constricted winding path that is going to be too large for the griffin to pass.
Oh.
Or too small, rather, for the griffin to pass, I'm sorry. It
Alright.
seems like whoever was forcing this passage just kind of followed the most naturally accessible veins of stone. Instead of trying to drive through the hardened limestone, they just found whatever crack they could and widened it as much as possible.
Alright. Hey, twin,
Hi.
you feeling skinny?
Aren't I always?
Well, there's a little nook here, because this way is not accessible. So,
Yeah, I hugged the wall pretty closely. Because whatever the
Okay.
fuck's going on with that over there.
Hey, guess what?
Hi.
You reach about halfway into the room and you also immolate. By which time Leica and Iriata have also made their way in, and they are now also on fire.
Fuck.
Is it hurting them?
It doesn't hurt, it's very cold.
Interesting.
I'm going to. So the big purple patch over there. I'm gonna walk over to that
Alright.
cautiously. Does it feel any colder than I am right now?
Rigid. Seems the more fire is in one place, the colder it gets.
Mm.
I'm gonna do the bad idea of just like trying to gently put my hand there, see if it has any negative effect on me.
Alright. As you reach for the pooling flame on the floor, it and the flame on your hand sort of magnetize to each other and form an arcing bridge before you touch, which sends a shock of more cold up your arm, but it doesn't physically hurt you at all. It's just kind of cold enough to be very uncomfortable.
Mm.
You grew up in the ocean. You are familiar with the icy, grasping cold of some outer force, of the crushing depth of the ocean trying to seep heat from you. This is almost the opposite, in which the heat inside you is simply vanishing and being replaced with cold from the inside out.
Ew.
That's not a fun sensation. So I'm gonna.
Yeah.
I'm gonna s-
Like, I respect the
doesn't-
inquisitive mind, but
yeah, I'm gonna not go down, pursue that much more for right now.
Hmm.
Am I able to unmagnetize and step away?
Yeah, it's not pulling you towards it at all. They just sort of seep together whenever they're near.
Yeah.
Hmm. Cool.
Shall we continue?
well, we're not going. Let's not go anywhere near that.
All right, I'm
I
off.
respect-
Bye.
See ya.
Wait. Okay. Okay.
Follow. Please follow. He's only a child.
All right. Well, is it big enough for like? Can we fit in there?
You can. It's going to be a squeeze.
Okay. Well, if only there was someone who could follow who was around the same size and
If
could.
only I didn't have a handy dandy pickaxe.
I'm more
Wanted
looking
to know.
towards the monks who can fit in any space they choose.
What do you think monks can do? I mean, like I'm
Contort and
flexible, but I
all direction.
fine.
As the
I'll
argument
squeeze
kind of
in.
goes, I'm just gonna start trying to squeeze in as well.
Yeah, so while y'all are arguing and Twint is, like, moving on ahead, Twint, you come to an opening,
Oh god.
which leads to quite a bit of a larger room.
Oh hi.
So these dudes are all standing at attention, but they're all facing this thing, which is, rather than being a seeping pool of the same violet fire you've seen, this one is just a solid column, floor to ceiling, writhing up, like two... So you know that effect where two water drops will meet and they'll form kind of a pillar for just a second?
Yeah.
It's that between the ceiling and the floor, but it's not pooling out anywhere. It's just pouring endlessly down,
Cool.
sort of vanishing like an inch above the floor.
Hmm. Neat. I guess it's my time to do whatever the fuck I want while they're struggling.
What would you like to do?
I don't know. Approaching the skeleton seems like a terrible idea.
It may in fact be a terrible idea.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay here and just observe. What the fuck is that?
Care to report back on what you're seeing?
No.
Okay.
I'm so tired of your guys' shit.
I mean, keeping you alive.
How about a quick stealth roll?
Alright, go for it.
How's a 16 to keep me alive?
And they're not attacking you,
Yeah,
so you've got that going for you.
yeah. Are they looking at the fire?
They are looking at the fire.
Okay.
One of them, this one actually, sort of steps forward and reaches gingerly into it.
Oh.
His hand passes through, and then he withdraws his hand, and he is not on fire as you currently are.
Oh.
He's just staring at his hand, kind of. It's very difficult to read the expressions of a skeleton, especially when you're standing behind them, but you would almost call him pensive.
Would I say he's disappointed that his hand's not on fire? I need to look this up.
I don't think there's a reasonable way to intuit that without a face and lips.
Mm.
Or at least eyebrows.
Are we still on fire?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, so how are we sneaking?
Okay. So sneak is
Not well.
Yeah.
probably not.
Yeah. I'm not going to get any closer because if anyone could get away with sneaking around while on fire, Twint could. I don't think any of us could.
Nah.
Yes, but we're going to be that much further away from him when
I'm
it comes
very
time
fast.
for combat.
I'm very fast.
Luma is right behind you, and he just kind of leans towards you and says, "By any chance, are you claustrophobic?"
Yeah.
A little bit late for asking that.
It hadn't occurred to me until now.
Well, I guess not.
Oh,
Twin, as you get closer to the skeletons, this one over here
Yeah.
looks directly at you, and he actually motions you closer.
Okay. Fuck it.
No. Okay. Like, I am like fully prepared to just launch myself in that direction.
you
But
can't see him because you're a bend away from the entrance.
and imagine I'm looking around the corner.
You're
So
You see what the tunnel
corner
does, right? Nick?
is
Oh yeah.
this.
Yeah.
So you would
I guess
want to be
You would
like
have
up
to be
here.
over here to see out.
Yeah. I'm gonna move a little closer. I'm gonna be like peeking around, but not too close because if I do, then I'll probably be seen.
Yep.
All right.
So like I am
I'm
like
just walking into the room.
no no. Okay.
Good for you.
My
The gnome will
stubby
get
little legs, I have to be somewhere I can see something to actually do something.
To be clear, the gnome's very puntable behavior will be punished eventually, just not right now.
Okay. I am playing the
Anyway.
innocent child. You know, random child.
The skeleton which reached into the fire gestures for you to do the same.
Sure, why not?
No. Oh. Okay.
I need you to roll me
Okay.
a charisma saving throw.
Okay. This is gonna go great.
I sure hope it does.
Yeah. A +0. Let's go. Yeah. 9.
Alright.
I'm taking damage, aren't I?
Emotional damage.
Oh no. It's not like I have much of that anyway.
You're a child. I don't think you're mature enough to have absorbed anything that's happened to you in the last 6 weeks.
Neither am I IRL, so it's fine.
You are going to be traumatized in 2 years, though.
Okay.
So, reaching into the fire does not do anything particularly awful. It magnetizes to itself as it has done with Leica.
Sure.
But you are immediately transported to a memory
Ooh.
of the first time you interacted with the fragment of the Traveler in your dreams.
Ah.
The masked figure that was like taking mementos from your memories. But this time you are a third-person observer to the conversation. And you feel your present body sort of racked as your satchel starts bouncing against your leg, and the book gets heavier and heavier and heavier as the conversation goes on, and then you snap back to the present moment just as you've touched the fire. The book is thrumming, and you are blazing with violet fire.
Oh.
But you take no damage.
Bad. I'm like, all right.
I reach into my bag and pull out the book.
This dude takes a step back as you pull out the book. This guy doesn't seem to notice.
Oh.
So if you're going to take some time to read the book, you may. It's going to take a little bit, though.
Sure. I sit next to the fire and just read my book.
Alright. So the tone of the book has changed.
Unconcerned. Yep.
This is no longer the account of a madman living in the woods. It is almost a secondhand biography of Stephen Soff, the man who took this book from the Traveler. But it's written from this weird perspective of, like... I'm trying to think of a way to describe this. So, you know how when someone really obviously has a crush on somebody else, but they don't want to admit it even to themselves?
Oh.
It's written from that sort of unrequited perspective of Stephen Soff isn't like the greatest thing that has ever happened, but everything sort of revolves around him. So today I was doing X, Y, and Z, and then Stephen Soff. But the words are shifting, changing. The perspective keeps going from him writing about something that happened to someone else adding addendums of he was so great and he did this so well. But no matter how hard you try, it's like reading in a dream. You can't actually understand what you're reading or grasp any of it. Like, the words themselves are jumbling and mashing together in your brain. It feels like being plugged directly into the chaotic brain of a schizophrenic author.
Ooh. Fancy.
Yeah, that's one way to describe it.
Can I feel like this is a weird request, but I try and focus on one single letter and just sort of try and pin it with my finger. One singular letter.
Alright. Roll me intelligence. Meanwhile, what's everyone else doing?
Oh gosh. Intelligence saving throw?
No, just intelligence.
I feel like it's already too late for me to like intervene, but I am gonna try and like run over and be like, no.
Okay.
I just
And I run into the room.
hand wave. I'm busy.
Oh, just like. Okay.
Ajan, this skeleton steps back, looks directly at you, and beckons you closer.
Can I like
So is in
try and I know you said it's hard to read a skeleton. Can I try though?
You can try.
The extremely puntable unknown just kind of tup up to
What
the
would that
skeleton.
be?
Good for him.
Uh,
It would be
insight?
insight. Yes.
Is intelligence the modifier?
Dirty 20.
So it's 1d20 plus the intelligence modifier, right?
Yes.
Okay, just checking because I don't want to get that wrong. 16.
Cool. Alright. 20 on insight on a skeleton. So you have never in your adult life, Ajan, truly looked at someone and attempted to categorize them as lawful or chaotic or good or evil in the strictly mechanical sense. You look at people who are doing evil things, you go, hey, that guy's evil.
Yeah.
If there were ever a living embodiment of the idea of lawful neutral, you are looking at it right now. Like,
Okay.
the skeleton is standing at attention, sword is still sheathed, fully, like, soldier ramrod straight, just beckoning you closer. You have presented him no threat, and he is completely uninterested in trying to threaten you.
So,
But I guess in that case, like, I'm like, okay, at the very least, I know this thing isn't going to attack me. So yeah,
book.
I'm gonna join the puntable gnome and go on up to him.
Alright. And we're gonna hang on that moment. Anybody else?
This is taking a while, right? Like
A
few
couple of
minutes?
seconds. A couple of seconds so far.
I'll also
Okay.
slip in, kind of towards the end of the cave. Am I also covered in fire, by the way, or no?
Yes, everyone is.
Amazing.
Cool.
Don't forget Derek. Wherever you want Derek to be.
There, it's here. I'm
Okay.
gonna be a little bit back away from the fire, cautiously.
Okay.
I am unconcerned.
Good for you.
Yep.
Alright. So you have successfully pinned down a letter. Ajan has entered the room. And cutscene.
Ooh.
So, as Twint is desperately attempting to read the jumbled mash of thoughts and ideas and just pure stream of consciousness the book is currently spewing, the pillar of fire vanishes for a split second, to be replaced with 3 figures standing made out of the pouring violet flame, like just trails of fire outlining human beings. One of them, Ajan, looks like a young woman in a heavily armored ball gown. One of them is a roughly 7-foot tall, human-ish looking person in heavy plate mail, with a tower shield and a spear. And the other is somehow conveyed as the very embodiment of the regular person. Like, it's just a dude with a scythe, and then it's a typical citizen, and then it's a merchant. It's this shifting form of just the completely average human being. The giant standing between them is seen holding up a sword, which he then flips upside down, kind of jabs into the ground in the manner in which one would kneel before their sword and take an oath. And the scene shifts to him kneeling before the woman, and you don't hear so much as somehow you are enlightened to the fact that this is him taking his final oath. His penultimate act of devotion was to give himself to her, and also to the people he was meant to protect. This is a figure taking a paladin's oath in an era where paladins were the height of mortal achievement, right? Before you became a saint, before you became a god, you would become a paladin. And as the oath which he has taken infuses him with mortal power, he raises his spear and shield in defense of the regular person behind him, and also in defense of the god to whom he has just taken an oath. And then the vision fades away, and the column of fire completely vanishes.
Interesting.
And the skeletons all
everybody see
turn
that,
towards you. Everyone saw it.
Okay.
The skeletons all turn towards you, Ajan, bow stiffly, and then kind of back up to make room. And the book now falls completely silent.
Oh.
I just look at everybody and I'm like, so I guess we're clear to go? Just gonna... Alright, let me see here. I guess I'm just gonna, like, step forward.
Alright. They're not gonna stop you.
Alright, I guess that's good.
I snap my book closed and point my book at the near skeleton and see how he reacts.
He reacts in the same manner as a British guard, which is to say, not at all.
Oh. I was going to attempt to chase one around the room with my book, just for funsies.
I kind of
They
look
do not
over
seem
and
to react in that fashion.
Damn it.
I'm actually gonna look at... Okay, sorry.
Iriata leans over to Laika. So is this just gonna keep getting weirder the longer I'm around you? Is this just normal? You attract these things now.
No. This is new territory too.
Oh, good. I'm glad you're just as
It's
confused as
best
I am.
we move forward. Is this just quick? Is this anything? I see like light pouring in here. Is this just
That is another
is there
crack in the
like
wall.
passage here?
Yeah, that is another crack
I'm
in the
gonna
wall.
go. I'm gonna go peek.
A similar room to the last one, with the same almost sunset-esque quality to the light, but the light is pouring in from the north. So whatever is north of here is where the light source is.
Okay, so it's north of here and then south of the other place. So it's between the two.
Mhm.
Got it. I'm
Gonna
gonna
look-
the Griffin. I was gonna say it can't come with. I'm gonna task it with, if it can, trying to slightly dig this out, uncollapse this tunnel a little bit, if it can.
Fair enough. Roll me a strength check for the Griffin, and we will deal with that later.
Okay.
In the meantime, I am going to shove my book back in the bag.
Okay.
In the meantime.
Yep.
Can I look over at one of the skeletons and just go, can you come here?
He snaps a salute and gives one step forward.
Uh-huh. Can you raise your right foot?
He does, ever so slightly.
All right. Just like
Y
dance.
settles on his helmet. As you order him to dance, he just kind of goes back to standing at attention and stares blankly at you.
Okay, too complicated of a command, I guess. Okay, that's weird.
Yeah, I'm just gonna grab the hand of the nearest one and just pull it with me to where I want to go.
The arm falls off
Oh,
as
damn.
the skeleton does not follow you.
Rude.
So these things think, well, at the very least, they're obeying my commands. So I go, can you lead us through this cavern?
Just shakes his head no.
Okay. That's
I
great.
put the arm back and just move on with my day.
Gestures to where the pillar of flame was, and then points at your chest, Ajan.
Yeah.
Points to the pillar of flame, then
Mhm.
points to me.
Yes. Like the middle of your, just like that sort of really aggressive tapping you in the center of the chest.
What's this?
It's a nook and a
Alright.
cranny.
Oh, okay.
All right, fuck it. I literally say that. I'm gonna go walk over to the pillar.
Is it still there?
The pillar has vanished. I can't delete it because I can't interact with something that small on a map, unfortunately. But the pillar has vanished. He's gesturing to where it was and then gesturing to you.
I'm gonna go over to where the pillar was.
Uh-huh.
And is
And there's the same thrumming electric tingle, but there's nothing remaining of the fire to interact with.
Water.
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 Hey, why?
Mhm.
Do I look different to you aside from the fact that I'm on fire? Do you get a different feeling from me?
Same feeling I always get, boss.
Okay. What do you make of these guys? Pointing to the skeletons that are now following me.
I don't know, what about him?
Do they seem... I don't know. Do you pick up any vibes from them?
Yeah, I guess.
Alright, we'll try and put it into words.
So, you remember all that stuff I'm not allowed to talk about?
Yeah, the stuff that you physically can't talk about.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
She just vaguely gestures to the skeletal knight. That.
All right. Well, in any case, I'm gonna go look over the skeletons and be like,
They aren't gonna try and kill you if that's what you mean. They'll follow orders. Not your orders. Well, maybe your orders, but not yet.
well, they seem to have been.
He's just being
somewhat-
polite.
Oh, okay. What do you mean not yet? What are they waiting for?
She just gestures helplessly at you. Just that.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just gonna move forward and I'll be like, look over the skeletons. Follow if you would like.
They
Go
just
ahead
shake
this
their
way.
head no.
Oh, okay. Well,
You were allowed to pass, but nobody else is. Just us.
just
That's
Okay.
weird.
Pass as in go further, or pass as in
Yes, quite.
something else?
well, I'm gonna step forward, and I guess walk over to this water.
So the first time anyone enters the room with the pool of water, so the pool is about knee deep at its deepest point. For the first time
What
anyone
deep?
ever enters it, you are sort of... What's the word I'm looking for? You are reminded of the sound of howling soldiers in a battle as this wind from almost nowhere seeps through the cavern from behind you and rushes past. And that's going to happen every time someone enters the pool room for the first time. Just this, I'm going to say almost cavalry charge type screaming of 1,000 soldiers just follows you through the cave for a second.
That is wildly unpleasant.
Cool. Is it fresh?
The water? No.
Oh,
It's like,
This is not a spring. This is stagnant water.
okay.
does it like look dirty?
It's kind of filmed with the same dust as everything else, but most of that settled to the bottom as silt.
Okay, so
Yeah, don't swim. Yeah.
I'm gonna dip my feet in the water.
It's water. It's wet.
Yep.
All right. Does the fire that's still coating me like go out, or is it still burning in the water?
Still burning in the water.
Fan-fucking-tastic. All right.
I just imagine it's like Frostwalker.
Not quite, but
Is there any other direction we can go? This seems like the only path.
it's the only one you found. Unless you want to force a way through the crack that Lyke is looking through.
Am I
Fuck
not
it.
standing in a dark spot?
You are at the moment. We are, however, dealing with other players.
Okay.
Fuck it. I jump in the water.
You make a very loud splooshing sound, and you are sunk up to your ankles in silt.
Ew.
Okay, so it's shallow.
Yeah, it's about knee deep.
Okay. Well, guess I'm
Probably
gonna-
about waist deep on the gnome.
Probably.
I'm just gonna press on forward, and they're only letting us three go through.
No, they're letting the group go through, but nobody else.
Okay.
Is what
Got
Y was trying to say.
Okay.
Speaking
yeah.
of the rest of the group, how are y'all doing?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Trying to pay attention and slightly
I
falling
rolled a
asleep.
16 on the Griffin's strength.
Okay.
The Griffin rolled a 16 on its strength, and I am moving through the water as everyone kind of passes by. I'm going to follow.
You're all hit with the same howling wind.
I'm just going to passively, after I get out of the water, just start casting Prestidigitation to clean myself off.
Cool.
You're gonna get dirty again anyway.
It's magic practice. It's always useful.
You there, Ocean?
Yeah, I'm here.
Dwarves, you still with us?
Yep. I think. Yeah. So this
Still
layout
having
here
math
is the
problem?
crack, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, it wouldn't take long for me to dig through that if we want to see what's in there.
You do that.
It is you have.
Huh?
It's an option you have.
Okay, question.
Yes.
We were inside the palace when we found the hole.
Castle, but yes.
So, this is inside the walls of the castle? Or is the castle carved out of a mountain or something?
The castle is set on a hill. This is inside, or actually, it's set on the remains of a mountain. This is in the roots of the mountain underneath of the castle.
Okay.
The castle sits about 200 feet over the rest of the city.
Yeah, but we were in a room with windows looking out over the city
Uh-huh.
and entered into a hole in the back of the room.
Yes.
And now we're below a mountain's roots?
Yes.
We've also gone down several staircases.
Yeah, we went down.
Okay.
You have
Mostly
descended
staircases.
several dozen feet, if not more, into the root of the mountain. Yes.
Okay. I didn't realize there was an elevation change.
You are going deeper the further you go in.
But do you guys try to dig through that hole?
I can try.
In the meantime, your path ahead forks.
Dwarf and a digging.
Do we know exactly what's in the hole, by the way, or no?
Diggy hole.
Or
So on the other side of the crack is just what you can see.
Dang. Alright, I take a step back.
So this sunlight.
Swing with me.
Please make me a strength check.
Strength check. Alright, and
Light.
dwarves, funny thing, they get double proficiency on anything involving stone.
They do.
So,
I am back. What I
For
missed.
Welcome
rock
back.
stone.
plus.
The path ahead of y'all forks.
Oh, I don't feel like
does
getting
a
more
dirty
wet.
20?
Yes, I'm gonna wait to see what happens with that dig.
Pancake.
Right. It is fair as much as this mountain is mostly granite. It is pretty easy to find the limestone through which this has cracked and carve out a roughly dwarf-sized hole in a matter of minutes. The stuff is just chunking off. Beyond, there is thusly.
A boss fight. Wow. Looks like a boss arena to me.
Wow. It's a boss fight. Crazy.
Yep.
Ka-chow.
Seeing dwarf-sized hole. What do I see
Yes.
further?
Oh boy.
There's
Oh,
no
dear.
way all of that's used as... Okay, whatever. It's fine.
Within this room, which is remarkably well lit from the northern end, as you enter, you see... A room.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
What is that? What are those? Skeleton
What
horses.
are those?
Yeah.
Astral skeleton horses. And, oh god, that's even worse.
So, the first thing you notice is there is a pair of skeleton horses, also ignited in violet fire, running around frantically in a panic. Just
Okay.
wildly careening around the room at a full gallop, basically. There's another pillar of violet fire here. And this is a collection of very large, ancient snake skins, about the size of you around.
Oh dear.
Mm.
The horses are
Perfect.
kicking up clouds and clouds of dust as they wheel and prance and just generally make a fuss.
Are those stone statues of soldiers?
They are, I would describe, incredibly lifelike statues of soldiers in pre-cataclysm armor.
This is a Pompeii situation.
No, worse.
Worse.
So
This
much
is a
fucking
Naga.
Guys, we're not in. Guys, come on, we're not in that.
No,
room.
not a Naga. A Medusa.
Everything's fine.
Worse. You fucking liar.
Guys, everything's fine. We're not in that room. We can't
Dwarvos,
see
what do you
what's
see?
happening.
Has anyone seen Dwarf recently?
The important.
Huh?
Has anyone seen Dwarf
dwarf eyes see?
Yeah, there is snake skins about the size of me around. So there's probably something huge in these caves. And there's some skeleton horses that are making quite a mess.
Well, we know now why they wanted to force their way through the caves instead of going through this area.
Not my problem.
Okay. Dwarves, should we back you up in there? There.
That
yeah.
might be nice. Especially if you guys want to help me calm these guys down so we can kind of see what's actually in here.
All right. Well, this seems to be a bit of a bust in this direction, so I guess I'll
Make
go
sure
join-
somebody tells Twint we're going the other way.
No.
Hey, Twin.
I'm
We're going the
clearly
other
not
way.
paying attention.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Well, I'm gonna go over there and join.
No,
I'm gonna run
you
back.
never split the
I'm gonna
party.
sprint back as I tend to do. Just go join Dwarvos.
I think
Alright.
I'm going to stay on this other path with Twint as of right now.
You didn't
And
notice
just tell
which
them to. Well, I haven't gone down which one you've gone, so I'm just here.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, just kind of yelling back to them. If anything else starts moving in there, yell.
Hoot twice like a barn owl.
Yeah.
Time to go sprinting.
Alright.
We split up.
Congratulations.
I have a feeling that path just leads back to this room, but
Okay.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, we are making decisions like it. You are faced with a choice. Which fork do you take?
Can I see the water down this path?
Yes.
Oh, then I'm gonna head down the watery path because I am a fish.
Fish. Fish.
Yeah.
Down the watery path is another violet pillar and a statue.
Oh wow.
oh wow. Anyway, right. I'm going
What's
to.
down? What does Twin
Dwarf-
see down his path? He's over by.
Actually, let's put Twins up too.
Bring it there. Just need to get everybody settled on which path they're taking. Alright. Twins' path looks thusly.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah. Path.
Path to another room.
Wow.
Yes. Meanwhile,
More fire.
yes, up in the main room with the horses. They do be horsing. Y'all got a plan?
I fucking hope so.
Do the horses seem like, I know they're freaking out, but do they seem violent?
No, they seem like dumb, panicking horses.
Yep.
Alright.
Just they happen to be skeletal and also on fire.
Hey, Dwarvos, mind if you make some room? I'm gonna try
Uh,
something very stupid.
Yeah, I'm gonna move over here. Derek can kind of peek in.
Also, is this little thing of fire? Is that another fire pillar?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Okay. I'm going to go up to it and the horse.
Mhm.
Can I touch the pillar?
You may touch the pillar.
Okay, I'm just gonna give it a little
Alright.
touch.
Hey, like, how you doing?
I shall approach the statue. What is it?
So the statue is carved in a completely different manner to the rest of the architecture, from what you could call it. So this is definitely a newer edition by somebody else. It seems to be a shrine. Yeah. It seems to be a shrine to someone, though the face of the statue has worn completely away. He does not have a shield, and his armor is worn smooth, but he is holding a spear, not identical, but similar to the one you saw in the Vision in Fire, as he is just resting against it in the statue form.
Got it. I'm going to follow the lead of the others. Do you want me to make another history check, or still nothing?
And you can if you want, but what information are you after?
Okay.
Just kind of now that I know better, now that I have a proper picture of this guy that's not made of fire, and I have the symbols from before, just trying to piece it together better now that I have like a statue which tells me the time period it was made, more distinctive details about the individual, like armor, that kind of stuff.
Alright.
More just
Make a history check.
to kind of
I'll probably draft myself
refine what I know from context.
because riding in the backseat
Wait,
of your
mute.
van.
Mute.
Nat 20.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
We'll come back to that.
Okay.
So, Twin, guess what you find?
More fire.
More fire.
More fire.
And a skeleton.
Oh. It's this one.
This dude is also not... He has not drawn his weapon, but he has a pretty hefty-looking mace on his hip.
Woo.
He's just watching the door as you come in.
Cool. I wave. Because
He does not respond.
Oh. I was being friendly and he didn't respond. Okay.
They're professional skeletons, thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, fair. Not friendly.
Like
but-
trying to get
There he goes.
it's like trying to get Buckingham Palace guards to laugh.
Really is.
I would have
Except the
expected.
Buckingham Palace guards are also skeletons and don't have facial expressions.
Oh. I would have expected a head nod, but okay.
They're closer to people than the British.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's true.
my grandma's British.
That places them several generations of peoplehood ahead of the French, let's be fair.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Alright. So we have 3 motes of fire.
Yeah.
Are you going to interact with your fire?
Yes.
Okay. Then we will resolve them in linear order. Because I'm fully aware of how bad I'm fully aware of how bad all of you are at keeping notes. So we're going to do this in linear order, which starts with Leica. So, first, the man depicted in the statue is most likely not the man depicted in the fire, because he's wearing a completely different style of armor. It's not as heavy, it isn't bulky plate, it's kind of a half plate with with what looks like a gambeson underneath and some chainmail. He's also not wearing a helmet like the other guy was.
So, same spear, but different guy.
Similar spear, not identical.
Okay.
In the manner in which the other man's spear was designed for footwork and maybe cavalry, this is a spear designed to kill very large things. It's more like a boar spear than a fighting spear.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I would go far enough to call it more like a lance. Time period.
Boy.
Time period is somewhere 200-ish years. No, actually, no. I'm wrong. I got the timeline wrong. I'm looking at the wrong person. Sorry. It is about 50 years pre-Cataclysm.
And any identifying marks like Knights of Calamity or anything like that?
No, it's all worn smooth. The fire, however, does begin to sort of tremble and twitch in your presence.
I'm going to, since you said you want... Touch
okay.
The fire.
You may touch the fire. As you touch the fire, it resolves into a pair of figures. One is the woman you saw before, who, indescribably in some way, is a god. You have no idea which one. You don't get any sense of a name or any real identity. But somehow the actual fire itself is imparting the knowledge that this is a god. And the man you saw before with the spear, the shield, and the heavy armor is now in the garb of a king with the crown sort of cockeyed on his head. He's lounging back in her lap as she strokes his hair, and they're just having a conversation you can't make out. The feeling is overwhelmingly domestic bliss. It's a moment of repose that is rare.
This motherfucker's banging a god.
It is a rare, quiet moment that the two do not have to pay attention to anything except each other. And then it fades once more, and he's standing over a crowd, dispensing justice to a criminal, while the woman is standing at his side, sort of hand raised over him in blessing. The fire then fades and vanishes.
Got it. Noted. In the brain.
Any questions?
Chronological fire.
Alright. Twint. Twint.
Yes, I muted my mic. My bad. All right.
Hello.
Hi.
Fire.
Yes.
The fire is going to resolve into images, as fire is known to do.
Oh.
Famous trait of fire, that it does images.
Okay.
However, these images sort of spring from your book rather than from the pillar itself, and the book's just getting heavier and heavier the further you get into the cave.
Okay.
But nothing's really being added to it. It's just a jumble of intricate, interconnected, almost unreadable thoughts.
Wow.
In this case, you see the god, once again, this time in full battle dress, with a large sword kind of at attention on her shoulder. And the feeling is apprehensive. It's doubtful. She's starting to kind of question fundamental things she's never had to ask before, while the man in armor is holding a scale. On one side is the image of her, on the other is the image of a teeming crowd of innocent people, and the scale is slowly tipping between the two. It then resolves into darkness once again.
Oh. No.
This room has a large jade statue of a snake that you now notice when the fire disappears, from which is, or was at one point in history, a fountain sort of streaming from its eyes like it was crying. but the water has long since gone. It is a completely dry jade trough through the floor now. It's very shallow, like ankle deep.
Interesting.
Neat. I don't get to touch the fire.
Why not?
You did touch the fire. That's what activated it.
Oh. Okay.
And Ajan.
Hey.
Hello. So you, in particular, are, I'm gonna say, more in tune with these things. Rather than getting vague senses of emotion, you hear snippets of thought and conversation as the fire once again resolves into the figure of the man. Except this time, it's the scale, but the scale has fully tipped towards the teeming mass of people. And you feel in the pit of your stomach the wrongness of the situation, the shattering of a holy oath, and the impossibility of keeping both oaths he took, one to protect his people, one to serve the gods. As his link to the gods is severed, his oath to the people empowers him in some fashion, and you see him fighting an invisible foe and just absolutely laying them low. And you have memories of the first time you met your god, when you were on the battlefield protecting a series of innocents, and you now clearly see the armored figure with a starlight spear just wrecking through an entire army of people, completely heedless of what is actually going on in the battle. He's just fully destroying these people that he's fighting. And you can see a city in the distance, gleaming ivory and gold, which he appears to be fighting in the defense of. The city, notably, is flying several hundred feet above the ground. And you also see in the distance the looming, impossible-to-ignore presence of a dragon. A real dragon from the legends, with 5 heads teeming from its shoulders, hovering above the city, with ominous laughter in the background. And then the vision doesn't fade, it shatters like a mirror struck. And the fire spreads and pools out through the room as the horses begin to panic even more.
Does this fire hurt?
This fire does not hurt. The horses, however, are going to hurt, as it is initiative.
Are going to what?
Hurt you. They're afraid and panicking, and they have now noticed you.
God damn it.
Ay, ay, ay.
All right. We'll figure out what that was right after this intermission. Oh, like it. You are rearing to go.
That was a history check.
That was a history check.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So currently in combat are Dwarvos, Luma, and Ajan.
That one.
Right.
I am,
Amazing.
I am
The rest of us roll in.
fully not paying attention.
Should the rest of us roll initiative for action order?
4. I don't imagine this is going to take long.
Are they not very tough?
Not very.
Okay.
Okay. Very low initiatives. Ajan.
Yep. Chances are the horses are going first.
100%. They act on initiative count 20.
Jesus.
Alright. So the screams of charging cavalrymen are back. This time, they are the screams of dying men, as this horse just bears down on Ajan and attempts to hit him with its hooves. And it is going to probably miss. But it's a dumb horse, so it doesn't know that. It gets a 7.
Nope.
Nice.
And then the other horse is going after Luma.
Nice.
And it's going to attempt to bite him.
Nom.
Num num.
I have
It gets a
yet
20
to be
to bite.
punted.
Well, you have been bit, however. It got a 20 to hit you.
But yeah, that hits.
It's going to deal 2 bite damage to you. And it is Dwarvo's turn.
Cool. I am going to walk, or go up to the one that's in front of Luma.
Importantly, Dwarvos, you're being very experienced with war horses at this point. You recognize sheer animal panic, not aggression. These horses are lashing out because they're terrified.
I wonder if I can calm it down.
You have like a calm emotions because
Let me check.
I don't want to beat the shit out of a horse that's just freaked out.
Yeah, no kidding. The problem is, like, healing spells don't exactly work on the undead. Not really.
Just maybe
Actually, hold on.
Let's just give him a hug.
Hold on.
Maybe they just
I
need
have
a
an
hug.
Idea?
Protection from energy might make the fire stop as well.
Okay. Please tell me what the spell does.
I am looking that up right now. Because I forgore as well.
It's okay, we do not understand.
Okay, no, that won't do anything. It's for the duration of willing creature. Willing creature you touch has resistance to 1 damage type of your choice. Acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder.
Fair enough.
Do they have reins on, or any, like, wrappings or any of that jazz?
Now that you're close and you're looking. Chris started an activity. No.
Sorry.
Anyway, now that you're close enough to see, they are in full warhorse regalia. It's just consumed in fire at the moment. They're properly armored with tabards that are shredded from battle. The comparison of the one nearest you, the sort of cloth wrap that you just kind of drape over a horse before you put the saddle on, you know, horse dress basically, that is torn to shreds.
Jesus.
But it is there.
Okay. So is there like a halter on it as well, or is that just straight a no-go?
It doesn't have a halter, but it does have reins.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can calm it down.
Okay.
Grabbing the reins like, whoa, calm down. Like, really in its face to really get its attention.
Roll me animal handling.
That's what I figured. What is my animal? Animal handling. Oh yeah, it's actually
Aminal handling.
Aminos. Just start speaking in tongues.
Shit.
Yeah,
7.
that'll calm down the horse.
Alright.
Because I'm familiar with these horses, but like, oh boy. Or familiar with horses and such.
So that doesn't not work.
But now it's me.
What you have successfully done is you have gotten the horse's attention. And you suspect that may have worked if you had not just run at the horse at a full tilt.
Oh,
so it may in fact be amenable to being calmed down, but you need to not be an aggressive meatball about it.
I wasn't being quite an aggressive meatball about it, but fair enough. That's what the rules.
We're gonna say the 7 is just like you dashed over and tried to grab the reins, and it has no idea what's going on.
Understandable.
It's not completely out of the question, but you will have to roll higher than that.
Yeah, I'm aware. I'd rather.
It goes to. Is that your turn?
For me. Yes.
Alright. It goes to Luma.
I am going to skirt around this
Okay.
And spells. What do I have for spells?
It's a good question. What do you have for spells?
Mm, nothing that's immediately helpful that I can see.
Good.
Unless we're trying to kill the things, but we're specifically not, as far as I can tell.
Oh.
Okay, I'm going to try and back away with opportunity attack and all.
Alright. So, standing behind a horse, famously terrible idea.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's like rule
So-
number one.
It is not only is it going to get an opportunity attack, but it also just gets a free attack if someone approaches it from behind.
I didn't approach it from behind.
You did skirt to behind it, however.
Yeah.
You are currently standing behind a panicking horse. So that's going to be 2d20. That is a 21 and a 7 to hit.
The 21 hits, the 7 does not.
Awesome. Please
Who's
make a
attacking?
Constitution saving throw. The horse. Alright, it's attacking Luma, sorry.
Okay.
No, actually, that'd be a strength saving throw. Sorry, not Constitution. Strength. My bad.
Oh, I wish it were Constitution.
I know, right? I was thinking concentration for some reason. It's not a concentration save.
That's a 13.
Concentrate against the.
Alright. Congratulations, the gnome has been punted as the horse donkey kicks him and he gets sent back 10 feet.
Oh my gosh, there is no 10 feet. It's just a wall.
Oh man.
Oh no, he's going this way.
2.
You crash down in a very crunchy, exceptionally dry dead snakeskin.
Ay, ay, ay.
It does not do much to cushion your fall. And you are
Mhm.
going to take... No, not 5, 8. 8 damage.
Okay.
Alright, is that your turn?
Yep.
Cool. Ajan!
Okay.
How you doing, buddy?
So this horse wants to eat my butt. Well, in a sense. I'm going to grab it by the reins. I don't know if this will help. But like basically I'm gonna try and like, hey, look at me. Look at me. Let's cool it off. Basically I'm gonna try and like convince it to stop freaking out.
Alright.
Aggressive soothing, as it were.
Got it. Animal handling.
Okay, what is my animal handling? It is... Okay, it's not terrible. Just it's a little concerning.
The DC is 12.
Oh, 21.
Alright, cool. So, you managed to get control of the horse before it stamps your brains out, which is a plus, definitely.
Yeah,
And-
I would think so.
Now that someone commanding has its reins, it's not calm. The spectral eyes are still kind of rolling around in its skull, and the fire around its face is almost mimicking nostrils and panicked breathing, but it is successfully no longer trying to kill you.
Okay, that's a plus. I'm gonna like... Okay. I'm gonna basically like... I don't want to mount it, because I don't actually know how to ride a horse. We've been over this.
Mhm.
I'm going to... Let's see. Huh. I'm not really sure what really much else I can do. I think I'll just call it there.
Alright. You have control of one of the horses. The other horse is going to
Angie.
attempt to stamp Dwarvos. Because he's
Trying.
there. Alright, it's gonna
He's
try.
a shiny.
Not gonna hit. It's gonna get an 8.
It ain't gonna hit.
It's not, and it is your turn.
Cool. Let's try this
All the-
again, but in a
All the
much
beefiest, all the
calmer-
beefiest players are in here.
Yes.
Except for Moonlaw.
Yeah.
Moon's just vibing.
I'm gonna try and calm him down in a far calmer tone this time. Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa. Time to relax.
Mhm.
Is that animal handling again?
Yes.
Not 20.
Let's go. To be clear, there's a mechanic in this fight where if you fail that check twice, the horse just immediately gets a crit on you, so congratulations.
That's funny.
Glad we're
Just-
glad
All
we're able to really get that settled.
Yeah. Alright. So you now have control of 2 spectral war horses. And as they begin to calm down, their skeletal form beneath the fire begins to fade. And the fire itself actually recoalesces here, where there's kind of a plaque set into the floor. And then the skeletons just vanish into ethereal dust. Here at the center of the eye on the floor.
Uh-huh. I'm gonna go approach that little dais on the floor.
Okay. It's a snake-filled eye. The paint used to be gold, or perhaps it was even gilded, but it has faded over time and chipped away, so now it's just kind of a yellow fading into an orange with a green eye in the middle. And in the center of the eye is carved very precisely, with almost loving care, "Here lie the 2 steeds who carried me to my greatest glories, Gallowmere and Cantus." And there's a pendant not set in, but rather set gently on the dais. The pendant is a silver chain with a set of bronze horse heads sort of winged out from the center medallion.
I hope this doesn't Indiana Jones it, but I'm going to pick it up.
Cool. As you pick it up, a figure materializes in front of you.
Okay.
An
Yeah,
armored
okay.
figure with
Okay.
a mace and a shield, but not aggressively, just standing there. Hello.
Menacingly.
Not even menacingly, just casually. Hello.
Hi.
You have found your way here at last. It is good to see you, brother.
There.
You notice that even in the spectral details of the afterimage of the person you're looking at, their armor, their shield, and their mace are all star steel.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay. Glad
Okay.
he's on our side.
Our lord is already within, with the Halveric. The cleric did not deign to stop to talk to me, but it has been a very long time since I've had a conversation with anyone. It is good to see you.
The cleric. Is you referring to me?
Doesn't seem to be.
I'm gonna
It's also a person of indeterminate gender.
go over.
Okay.
I'm just gonna look at this person. And go. I think there must be some sort of miscommunication. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't mean to cause any insults. I'm a little confused about this.
It has been 399 years since the Cataclysm, no? It has been a while. The legends perhaps have faded. I'm sorry, you know nothing of our curse, but I am not at leave to discuss it, unfortunately.
Hmm.
You do, however, carry the answer with you.
I
Any one
assume-
of us carry
I
it?
look over at Y.
The figure just kind of nods.
Interesting.
You have not taken your oaths yet. You have not joined our ranks. However, I see the potential within you. It is there, friend. I trust that before this day is out, I will have a new brother.
But you cut out. You have what?
I trust that before this day is out, I shall have a new brother.
Well, all right. I'm still somewhat confused as to why me in particular, but I guess I'll take your word for it.
If you have
Yeah.
questions, ask them. I am not vowed to silence. I'm merely not to leave to discuss our order's secrets.
Well, can I first get a name?
Yes, of course. My apologies. My name is Jaina Vogler.
Jane of Vogler?
Yes.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Jane. Well, I'm
And you
Ajahn.
as well. Ah. A pleasure to meet you, Ajahn. You are one of Magia's, as I see from your tattoos and your dress, frankly. It is rather distinctive.
One of what?
Magia's. Or does he hold no power in this age? I suppose he must. Tell me, how many of the gods have you met in this age? For they are returning, I know that.
We haven't met any, from what I can tell.
Well, I slightly disagree.
Well, we have met one. One of members of our party is in communion with a god of the ocean.
Yep.
There
There was the vision where we each met our own respective one.
Huh, so the Kingfisher yet reigns. That is good.
Like I have met Curie Jolith. I even had a conversation.
That is good. That is good.
I've had the god that has been talking to me. Getting a name has been somewhat difficult.
Same, honestly.
I know
She's
that
not particularly
Yes,
talkative.
I understand your frustrations, and I know that secrets can be deeply frustrating, and we have not had a truth bringer for several centuries, so we cannot merely speak of it at present. However, I assure you your questions will be answered in time. Should you choose to pursue this course, should you choose the path of devotion, you will find your answers.
I have a lot of questions that need answering.
I'm sure you do, and
I guess we'll give this a try.
I truly wish I was the truth bringer to answer your questions, but I am not. I am a surge binder, not privy to our secrets or to our methods.
Well,
You will be a windrunner, will you not?
it'll be
I
what?
can see it. I can see it in your eyes. You will be a windrunner, I believe.
A windrunner.
Not even I've heard of that, and I've lived a fair amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if that is what it sounds like, I think I've kind of been doing that. This little one, point of why. Well, it's been complicated, but moving fast has been a little bit of a thing for me.
Indeed.
So, if this is the case, this oath. Everyone keeps saying oath, 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 oath.
Yes.
I don't know any oath. I don't know any magic words or anything like that. but
It's not the magic words, it's not the words themselves, really, it's the intent. It's a matter of honor, more than a matter of pride. You understand?
I guess I understand, but I'm just letting you know right now. I'm not exactly the most honorable type. I come from a very rough and tumble background. I am debaucherous, impulsive.
I was a barbarian of the north. I slew men with their own spines. We all come from somewhere. It's a matter of where you choose to go. You may choose not to follow the path of devotion. You may choose to leave this all behind and simply forget it as if it were all a bad dream. I would urge you not to, as the world will badly need men like you. But it is always your choice.
You say devotion.
I do.
Devotion to what exactly?
That I am not at leave to say. Or rather,
If you cannot tell us what we are to devote ourselves to, how can we devote ourselves to anything?
the question is flawed. It is
Not
not
a matter
what,
of to what. It's a matter of how much.
in a sense, yes.
Mm-hmm.
We live, well, you live in an age of shattered devotion, of fractured factional thinking, of tribes, essentially, as those from which I came, from which all of the Vogler people are descended, I'm afraid. We are quite a rough lot in my time. But such thinking can be overcome, and people will always need an example of such in order to progress, in order to grow, and be more than just men.
It's a pretty lofty goal, but
Always. Do you believe it's attainable?
well,
Do you
I have
believe
to.
that men can be more than merely sinners and murderers? Do you believe that they can be elevated by example?
Well, I
Yes,
believe that people that
it can
want
be.
to do better in the world, people that I can't. In this world, you can't force people to believe what they believe. Everyone is entitled to their own. But I do believe that people, if they are willing to put in the effort to be better in whatever that means to them, to water the gardens as they see fit, I believe that everyone has the potential to redeem themselves. Now, I can't force I refuse to force another human being into what I think is right.
That is a
But
good start.
I'm
Forcing
not a
was
crusader.
never the question. Forcing was never the question. Do you believe they can be elevated by example? If they are shown a better path, can they choose it for themselves?
I believe so.
Then I shall open the way for you. Take care of my steeds. They are quite dear to me.
I'll do my best, and I'll learn how to ride them.
Don't worry.
You need
I can
not.
show you.
You need not, but I would appreciate they be taken care of nonetheless.
All right.
And with that, I'm afraid my time is up. I must go.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Jane.
And you as well, Ajan.
I'm gonna reach out and try to do like the Predator, like tough guy handshake with her before she disappears. You know what I'm talking
She mimics it, but being a specter, she can't actually grab you.
about? All right, it's worth
And
a
then
shot.
And then she gives kind of an odd little salute, holding her mace upside down. She touches the bottom of her mace's haft to her forehead, silently, and then fades.
Before she fades, I don't have a weapon, so I kind of just take and put it to my forehead.
Mm-hmm. The way forward, formerly a series of crumbling blocks over what appears to be an abyss, is now bridged by a spectral blue force field, effectively, preventing you from falling down.
I kind of look over to in the room and be like, if I don't come out, 20 minutes, I don't know, just...
Hey, like, how you do?
Jean?
Just don't let me die.
Yeah, just do something, do something!
Jean,
Yes?
why do you think we're going to let you go in there alone?
I kind of look at them and be like, I think this is this might be invite only, guys.
We'll
There's
see.
nothing stopping
Well, one
nothing
way to
stopping anyone.
find out. I'm going to... Oh, I didn't realize there was a break between them.
They are now bridged.
There's like a bridge.
Yes.
Well, if you guys are coming with,
I'm going to try and reach out and touch the bridge.
It's
if my
fairly
hand doesn't
solid.
pass through.
Real quick.
Okay.
Is this area to the left, is that open?
Yeah, so we're gonna cut back to Twint now.
Hi.
Okay.
all right.
Hi. Who has been exploring.
Yeah, probably.
The area immediately to the left of that big room looks like this.
Hi. Wow.
This dude just kind of steps back and makes room for you to pass.
Cool.
Yeah, these skeletons, very polite. Yeah, they don't say a lot, but they say so much.
Hmm.
They do their best.
What am I looking at here?
They're all gonna kind of sidle to the side and let you pass as you will.
Hmm. I mean, I could just go under them. It's fine.
You could.
I'm short.
The book is getting uncomfortably heavy by this point.
Alright, I take it out and keep walking.
Hey, Twin.
Hey, like, how you doing?
Oh! That, yeah. What's that?
It's a shiny gold chest at the other side of the room. This room is not bridged by spectral energy.
You think I can jump that? Or maybe
Can you?
a python? Is that how you say it?
Yes, so a python is effectively just a railroad stake.
Yeah, I can do that.
It's a nail with a loop around it, usually used in climbing.
I have a python and a hammer, so I just put it in, like, take out the pen, like, right here, and I could just sort of swing across. Do you want me to roll for that?
Yeah, I'm trying to think what... That's going to be a strength check to put the python in.
Okay. And
The
the
DC
swing over.
15.
DC 15.
You are trying to drive a python into carved marble.
Sure, why not? 14. Fuck!
Rip. It is unfortunately not possible to get a solid drive on the python. It has nothing to grab. Once you've driven it in, it just sort of falls out.
Oh.
The architecture here is not made to support climbing equipment.
Damn. Alright. I go to jump.
That is going to be an athletics check.
Oh. Okay. How about an acrobatics to try and jump off the wall and like... Never mind.
I mean, you can do that if you want. If you're just straight jumping across, it's athletics. If you want to do something else, you might be able to make it into acrobatics.
So that is a trash. So a jump like this, bounce off the wall and go there.
Alright.
Acrobatics?
And yeah.
Yes.
Parkour!
That turns a 0 into an 11. 19.
Alright. You successfully made it across the first gap.
Oh, wow. Cool.
Welcome to the second gap. What's your plan?
Shit.
You could, at any point, you could call for help. Like, you have friends.
Nah.
Should you so choose. Okay.
Do I still have that grappling hook?
Unless you got rid of it.
It's not in my list of inventory. I also never used it.
It's up to you, bud.
Yeah.
Did you delete it to make room for swords?
Shit. I hope the fuck not.
Well, if it's not there...
How far a distance is that?
Yeah, 15
I
feet
may
total.
comment on all twin
Sure.
things, or if I may comment on two things.
Mhm.
First, the Griffin trying to unbury this tunnel got a 16 the first time.
He did. We'll take care of that in a bit.
And second, if it's reasonable, I was probably gonna head back this way, timeline wise. Head back
Okay.
this way, go through the room Twint went, and then probably, instead of doing the chest, kind of break into the room where everyone is.
Alright. You pass behind Twint and see him doing parkour. What is your opinion of Twint parkour?
I just kind of look. Do you need some help?
I look behind me and just... You happen to have one of those old grappling hooks we used in that old castle, right? Right.
No, but I do have a number of tools.
Alright, what do you got?
I think as a person with reasonable thing, I think my long jump is big enough to make this. Do you want to check?
I move. Just in case.
Pancake, do you want me to make a check for crossing?
If you're gonna jump it, it's athletics.
Is acrobatics?
Do you want to do parkour?
I'd like to do parkour.
Alright.
The fish wants to do parkour. Good luck.
Fish parkour. Fish parkour.
Yeah, that's what salmon do.
That's 12.
I'm gonna give you a chance to reevaluate. It is probably too far for you to just straight up jump.
Got it. Uncombat. You know, I'm just gonna. The Raven can carry a few pounds. I'm gonna pass my little birdie a small case I have and get it over to Twint.
Alright.
It is a set of scavenger's tools, so it contains basic things for like rigging, sending ropes across, getting things into things, and like recovery. It's archaeologist tools basically. So for
Fair
this
enough.
kind of thing, like setting up ropes, being able to drag things, locate them.
Alright. Twint, do you have tool proficiency with archaeologist tools?
No.
I would presume not.
That's
I
unfortunate. But
Am
you do have the tools now.
I And I do have expertise in thieves' tools.
Unfortunately, not the same thing.
Damn. Hmm.
Can this is gonna be a silly question. Can you ever out throw me?
She's done it before.
She has done this before.
Okay.
I think we're gonna do that.
Can I wall run? Will you allow that?
That is
It would-
very specifically, I think, a monk exclusive feat.
Oh,
Yeah, that is a monk thing, unfortunately.
damn.
A monk thing we do not have yet.
Yeah, that's like
You-
level 11.
You can get, like, basic free running moves, I think, just by having acrobatics proficiency. But full on wall running and, like, Mario style wall kicking probably isn't going to happen unless you're a monk.
How about expertise in acrobatics?
Nah, sorry.
Damn.
That's like a specific class feature. You would have to have those levels to have that ability.
Alright.
I'm gonna let y'all think on this. I need to take a bio break. be right
Let's
back.
take a 5. Get food, too. I'm hungry.
Sounds like a plan. I'm gonna make that a 10 then, because I also need food. I've not eaten since I woke up.
Yeah, let's all do that.
I'll see y'all in 10.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. He's on the stairs.
I am back with my food.
Back to the Make It Better series shit.
I'm back. Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
I've got my food.
I've gotten food too.
What do you got?
3 ham and mayo sourdough sandwiches.
Love sourdough. I was one of those people that was trying to make their own during
Ah.
the pandemic.
Good luck. That shit's
Oh,
hard.
yeah. Well, I tried to make like a starter. It I don't know. I guess I didn't wait long enough, so like didn't actually like ferment or anything. So it was just kind of. It wasn't even sourdough. It was just bad regular bread with some old dough in it.
You gotta get a starter from somebody else.
But yeah, because starters take a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I have got a Lunchables nacho.
I've never had a Lunchable in my life.
You're missing out.
Woof.
Doing some Elden Ring PvP right now, and I have someone who was just.
Oh no, I made a mistake. I wanted that lore. I wanted the lore.
I love these games. I have like theory craft, but at the end of the day, I'm just like it's like people who devote their entire lives to this story. Like what theory? Like any theory that I come up with probably doesn't carry.
I meant in the campaign.
Uh, well, in the campaign, yes, there's a lot of. They're just like, hey, we've been waiting for you, and I'm like, new phone, who dis? What I really want to find out is like they're like, hey, why? What's all this stuff? And she's like, I'm physically incapable of telling you. Well, all right then.
Mm,
Have
cool.
I
Thanks.
have lore ideas. I was not there to communicate them to you.
Uh, I'm not good at like theory crafting when I'm a full-on brick when it comes to that stuff.
Hello.
Well,
Hello.
So I would just like to let you in. I have downloaded the demo for a game called Tactical Breach Wizards.
Oh God.
One of the opening lines in this game, the opening dialogue lines is, "If you're gonna get cocky, I'm not coming to your funeral." The reply is, "If I ever get cocky enough to die, I'll probably have the decency to get you killed too."
Mm.
that is awesome.
That's a pretty good line.
Mm-hmm.
Also, this game is loud as crap and does not have an options menu to turn it down.
Damn.
Also, hey, I have a
Well, let's
loaded
do that.
question. What are the
One
odds
sec,
we get to that chest and there's no way to open it?
I cannot hear anyone. Give me a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Where are the options? Good lord, where are the sound options? Thank you. Alright, cool, we're good. What?
So, loaded question, Becky. What are the odds we get to this chest and there's no way to open it?
There's only one way to find out.
Hammer.
Bro, we're in a
All
weird
these
ancient
movies-
paladin tomb. I don't know that a hammer's gonna be good enough. Also, I love the lore I'm missing right now. I saw one of 3 scenes. I have no idea this other thing happened, and also, I need to get in that room and see those weird human statues.
Mm.
Yeah, we need to just let the archaeologists have her with it. It's almost like this dungeon crawl is built for her.
Almost.
No, I think it was built so that you could become an oath keeper, because we've been given little bits of lore by Y about what being an oath keeper is. Like,
Well,
hinted at.
Yeah, well, it's also like the
To be
Jim
clear,
literally was like, "Oh, this is what it is."
To be clear, I put content in this dungeon for everyone I reasonably could, given the context, but this dungeon was not built with a specific character in mind.
Oh yeah, I know.
Neat.
The dungeon is the dungeon, it's just a feature of the landscape.
Mm.
I got a question, Bengi. Is this book content or is this your content?
Yes.
Cool.
So the book existed and had about 4 lines.
No, it actually had a map, it was just a really crappy map.
Cool.
Like, this whole dungeon in the book was effectively laid out as a series of very small fights leading up to the end of the chapter, at which point you would fight a particular NPC. That particular NPC would effectively just wipe the party, leave everyone at 1 hit point, and leave.
Rude.
And it's just, no, I'm not doing that.
Mm-mm.
That's a lie. I am doing that, I'm just not doing it the way the book wanted me to, because the book is not great at doing that.
Where's the
Pancake, is there
player
gonna be old man?
cage man there?
But
Pancake, is there at least going to be an old man with soup?
I can make no promises, but I also cannot tell you no.
Also, goddammit, I know exactly how to get across that fucking gap.
Okay?
Iriad has a robe of useful cloaks with ladders on it. I know for a fact it has ladders on it. 10-foot ladders. It's a 10-foot gap. We can span a ladder across the gap.
I'm saying nothing.
But for Pancake,
Yeah.
after the session, are we doing Elden Ring?
Yes.
Okay. I have a thing to add to our list. I forgot something in Stormvale Castle. There's a prayer book there. Which is one of the things that gives you incantations.
I would love
Okay.
to hop in with you guys, but there is no crossplay, which sucks.
Sad. We're also doing modded co-op,
Right.
so we had to down patch.
You know what's funny? I downpatched my game, downloaded the mod, and then they immediately updated it before Pancake could download the mod, after he downpatched.
Oh boy.
I down patched less than 24 hours after him.
And then it went to download the mod, and the mod version had changed.
To a completely
I'm back.
incompatible version. Even better. Welcome back.
I hope you all know that the "Don't Split Your Party" song has been bouncing around in the back of my head this entire time.
The consequences were limited this time.
We're not split. Like, it's not like we're in two.
Could we get to Twint reasonably if he encountered a fight on the bottom left?
That's Twin's decision.
Yeah, I probably might not even say anything. It'll be fine.
I mean, it won't be fine, but
I'm a harmless child. What could possibly go wrong?
That's
gravity.
the problem.
Gravity can always go wrong.
Yeah.
So, Pancake,
Yes.
to open us up, if I may,
Yes.
I'm gonna, get in throwing position for Iriata, and then realize something. I'm gonna look at her. Is that the cloak I gave you, a while back?
She's wearing it in place of a skirt. Yeah, that's what they...
I think we might be able to use it instead of throwing, and I'm gonna kind of walk over to it. I did identify this at some point. I'm gonna look for any ladder patches. I believe there were some.
She gives you, the most fake, dejected look. I was looking forward to throwing you again.
I'll make sure we can try again later. Are there any ladder patches?
Yes, there are 3.
I'm going to slowly rip one of the patches off. This is the first time we're doing this.
Yes.
And see what happens.
To be clear, you've had this robe since session 6, I just want to say.
We are
I gave it to
currently.
Iriata. She hasn't used it.
I think
Yes.
we're currently at session 22.
Something like.
Yeah.
I got this
As
the
you
same
rip off
session
the
with the
patch.
magic weapons.
Yes. You rip off the patch, and Iriata sort of steps to the side as it begins to grow, and within a couple of seconds, you have a 20-foot wide, or 20-foot long, roughly 3-foot wide ladder made of pretty solid oak.
We're in session 28.
I'm going
Good.
to slide the ladder across this gap,
Mm-hmm.
and then if it's stable enough, walk across it. Have Iriata hold one side of it, ask Twin to hold the other.
No. Suffer.
It is beyond stable enough to do that.
So I kind of walk across. Ladder token! Ladder
Ladder.
token!
Behold the ladder.
So, I'm gonna offer Quinn to kind of help him with setting up these things. So, I kind of try and hook a rope around the chest. Does the chest seem like it's stable, like it's kind of connected to the ground?
It's either connected to the ground or it's very heavy.
Alright. So the simplest thing here is I'm going to tie a rope to the ladder, hook a rope around the chest, and take like a pulley so you can kind of wheel yourself across. So I'm going to try and set up something like that.
Cool.
Roll me an intelligence check with your tool proficiency.
Mm-hmm.
While we're doing that,
Hi. Sorry.
Whoa.
Wrong group. Luma
Yep.
and Anjan, your turn.
Luma, Ajan, Dwarvos, and Derek.
Yep.
Walking into this spooky room that may or may not it's either going to give me powers or it's going to like kill me.
Is this a chest or what is the shiny glowy thing?
That's the
The
chest.
shiny glowing
That's
thing is the
first we're
chest
trying
they're
to get.
after.
Okay.
Currently working on it.
My
It's
name
going
is-
well.
Yes.
Well,
Does that be a room?
we do have a wizard with fly. He could just fly across and open it, maybe.
My treasure.
The wizard's not here right now.
No, he's somewhere
That's
else.
true.
Our treasure. Teamwork.
Oh, damn.
Mm.
17. You guys
Good.
got the cool lore in the chest.
Speaking of cool lore, walking into this room, it is fully empty. There are alcoves with proper carved statues, not Medusa-like statues, in the alcoves. And just as you walk into the room, the griffin busts its way through this wall, which was formerly a doorway.
Jesus.
It like claws its way in, drags itself into the room, and then a bunch of rubble falls in behind it.
Hey, buddy. Glad you could make it.
It gives a short trill and then proceeds to walk over here, sniff the floor, where you see, again, the matched pair of snakes, as you can see on the map now.
Yep.
And then it just pops a sit and stares at you.
Yep.
All right. I would shout over to Leica that her griffin is here, but she probably wouldn't hear me.
Uber Eats, your griffin has arrived.
I'm gonna kind of let the fits it sits.
We should get the griffin a box
Yes, absolutely.
One day.
one day.
I guess I'm gonna go up these stairs here.
Down, probably.
Those are down.
Down.
So, I will draw your attention to 4 pillars within this room.
Oh, yeah.
Before you vanish down the stairs.
Yeah.
This pillar is... So they're all square obelisks with words inscribed on all 4 sides. On top of this pillar is a large stone rose bloom carved from the same material as the pillar itself. On top of this one, there is a sword just rammed into the top of the pillar. This one has a carved stone crown on it, and this one is worn smooth, and whatever edifice was on the face and the top has vanished over time.
Is the sword star steel?
No, it's the same stone as the obelisk itself. It's carved up from, but it's made to look like it's jammed into.
Okay.
Do these like statues? Do they give off any sort of vibe? Do I feel like magic coming off them? Or are they just more?
They are, as far as you can tell, just obelisks.
Right?
Pillars of stone.
They're obelisks with lore I am not there to give you.
I kind of like. do any one of them like line up with the characters that we've met? So, you know what I mean? You said one of them was holding a sword. Was one of them holding a spear?
If the
It's a,
fourth one had a spear on it, it is worn smooth.
Got it.
Cool.
There's a sword, a crown, and a rose.
Sword.
Are we still on fire?
Yes.
Okay.
Ah, great.
Just checking.
Amazing.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna go down these stairs.
Can I also start heading into this room? Although, do I need
You may.
Okay. Do I need
Yeah,
to
the bridge is
Should
still
we
there.
wait for the rest of the party?
That might be smart, actually.
You don't know where we are.
Yeah, that's
I
the
have no
problem.
idea. Yeah.
Being
yeah,
smart
but like
makes sense.
abandoning their party members in the middle of this cave is maybe not.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just trying to think about how, like, without like metagaming, how we can let's all get back together. We don't know where we are.
You guys
The
can like
pillars
holler.
contain words.
Let's go back to those caves and follow
I'm going
the extent
to.
of them. We'll probably run into our companions shortly after.
Probably. I just want to check these out. I want to read. My reading isn't great. Want to help me read these? They have words on them.
I'm pretty good at reading.
Depends on what language they are. I'm gonna go over and try and read.
Wait, tell what language?
They're in a form of common, but it is an incredibly archaic form.
Is it undercommon?
No. It is
Okay.
the proto-root of common. So, common at the moment is a sort of mishmash of both Minoan and pre-Cataclysm common speech, because the Minoan Empire has been sort of branching out into Krynn once again. Specifically,
so this is
the continent
probably
of
common
Ampharon.
from before the Cataclysm.
Yes, this is very much pre-Cataclysm common.
Okay.
It's not impossible to read, necessarily, but it's very stilted and ancient.
It's understandable. It's just very obscure.
Are y'all familiar with the Doomsday Book?
Looking it up.
To a small extent?
Okay, so it's like an old Scottish document, which is technically written in English, but like Abbey Road kind of English. The kind that would be copied down by a scribe by hand. Like that sort of, all of your S's and F's are the same letter. It's that kind of archaic proto-root of the language you are currently speaking.
1086. Yeah,
Correct.
I looked it up. The first link was Wikipedia, so
Is the writing at all like? Can we understand it, or is it something like we would need to be like a linguistics professor?
You wouldn't need to be a linguistics professor, but it's going to take you some time to decode it. And possibly an intelligence check from you, Ajan.
All right then.
Who canonically cannot read until very recently.
Yeah, like I'm reading it like a.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
I'm sure
First grader just got their hands on Shakespeare.
yeah.
oh god.
Five.
can I aid him in his attempt, because I do know how to read and can start.
You can
Pointing
try. You can give him advantage on the check.
Yes, please.
What is it? Okay. 16.
No, Ajan, that's not an F, it's an S, obviously.
Oh, okay.
Dipshit.
So you are reading the one in the upper left-hand corner, which is the rose.
Yeah.
Rose.
It is inscribed with a list of names in the sort of like memorial kind of columnal English. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So it looks a bit like a war memorial. But at the top of the inscription, on all four sides, before any of the names, are the words, "My honor is my life," followed by three lines rather, which say, I will protect those who cannot protect themselves. I will protect even those I hate as long as it is right. And I will remember those who others forget.
Easy.
And then immediately under that is an effigy of a rose in sharp relief from stone.
Huh.
Knights of the
Would
Rose.
this maybe?
Rose.
I would have to ask Leica, but I think this might be the Oath of the Order of the Rose.
It would appear so.
Guys,
We've heard
hint.
some things.
Hint, you have Darrett.
If only you had a knight here with
If only you had Darrett with
Hey.
you, who's a knight
Darrett.
and knows more about
Hey,
me than knights.
Darrett.
Hey, Darren,
There,
don't
boy.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up?
Something less
I-
frightening. Have some words.
Something that might intrigue you a bit.
Oh, good. I like words. Words are good.
Can Darrett read?
He can.
Yes,
He's having
he's my
difficulty
best
with
friend.
this.
Darrett, would you mind confirming whether this is the Oath of the Knights of the Rose?
Yeah, that's it. But that last line is new. That's not in the normal oath.
Which line is the last?
I will remember those who others forget.
Just forget. Huh.
Neat.
Hey,
I
Derek,
have
can you
a-
help us read through the rest of these?
Sure.
I have a minor history question.
Okay.
Have there been Knights of the Rose since the Cataclysm?
12
Okay.
total.
But they're still a thing. They have not disappeared.
Not completely, but they're a dying order.
Got it.
Currently, there are 3 that exist in the public record.
Got it.
2 of them are
Our
retired.
buddy Darrett is one of them.
No, Derek's a
No,
knight
no,
of the
he-
crown.
Rose is a whole special thing.
I pointed
And-
with the pillar with the crown, and Derek, that one might interest you a bit.
He wanders over, and you see him mouthing the words as he, finger under all of them, lines through it. Yeah, that's it. This is the whole oath,
That's it.
though. There's no, extra line.
Why does this one have an extra line? I
I don't know. I've never heard that.
I'm going to go on a
I mean-
limb, point to the remaining ones, and say that these are also orders, effigies.
I mean, the Order of the Sword, but I've never heard of a 4th one. And there's nothing written on it, so I don't know what that would be.
It's blank.
But the 4th one is worn smooth completely. There's no effigy on top, there's no relief, there are no words, it's just a blank pillar.
Do you know of any other orders that it could be?
No
It's
idea.
almost as if it's been erased.
This is all pre-cataclysm, so I don't even know if Leica would.
Well, there's one way to find out.
Barbos,
Shall
would you
we go
kindly
looking
roll me?
for missing friends?
Yes.
Barbos, can Darrett please make me a history check?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, is Derek about to have a brain blast? Well.
He doesn't have a plus anything in history, so.
No, but he does have a plus in his intelligence.
Oh, okay. Followers int +4. Okay. Not plus minus. He rolls a 6.
Awesome. As he is going over the Knights of the Crown, and you see him mouthing the words as he's trying to figure out how, what is this letter? Is this an S or an F? He's just going insane slowly. But as he reads through, you very distinctly see him mouth the words Becklin, Youth of the Heron. And then he just kind of glosses over it without realizing what he just said.
Wait, what did you just say?
What?
Just reading the names on the crown. And it's a memorial, right? I just figured I'd read the names.
I'm gonna go over to the. Which one is the pillar with the crown?
The crown is. Let's get the map back up real quick. The crown is this one.
I'm gonna go over and see if the names towards the bottom of the list are newer written.
You don't have a ton of experience with any of the orders of the knights. You haven't known very many personally, but the last name on the list on the side facing you is Becklin Uther the Heron.
Dwarvos, wasn't Becklin someone of your acquaintance?
Wasn't who?
Becklin the Heron.
Becklin. Yeah. We knew her quite
Their
well.
names written on this pillar.
Yeah, but I don't know how her names are written on here. So that's the rose, top, bottom left is the crown, right?
Uh-huh.
What's top right?
Top right is the sword.
Oh boy, do you recognize any names, or is that any different in terms of words?
You don't recognize a ton of the names, but you do see.
Put me in.
You do see somewhere in the middle of the list is a knight named Caradon.
Caradon?
Caradoc.
Caradoc, interesting.
Isn't the guy that the ghost that we fought?
That's yeah.
Yeah.
Real quick, can I do an arcane check on the one on the bottom left? Just see if it's magical, because like I don't know if anyone came down here to write her name down here.
Sure, go for it.
Cool.
Can we do the little chest thing?
Yes.
I want to get into it.
Give me
I want to
just
get
a
to the
second.
lore.
You may, in fact, do the chest now.
I got a 17 on my check, my tools check.
You have successfully rigged up the mechanism you were after. The chest appears solid.
So I'm gonna kind of offer Twint position on the pulley to get across, like wheel him across, since he's the one that wanted access to it. Do you accept Twint?
Are you alive, Twint?
Yes. Hi. Yes. I've been responding, but I've muted my mic because I was doing things.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. Sucks ass.
So, do you take the position on the little pulley
Yes.
across?
Zip line across to the chest.
Yep. Move character.
Mm-hmm.
Open chest.
Chest is not locked.
Cool.
Inside the chest is a rapier made of gleaming silver, all forged of one piece, with a ruby on the pommel about the size of your fist.
Ooh. What's the...
Specifically, the ruby is carved into a very vicious-looking spike.
Oh.
What's the damage?
It is damage. It would probably hurt if you stabbed somebody with it.
Is that what it's for?
It's a rapier.
Is it a +1 rapier, or... What kind of
There's a
rapier?
rapier in your hands right now.
It's a rapier. It's in the chest at the moment.
I take the rapier.
Alright, you now have a rapier. By the way, the chest was trapped.
Yeah, I knew it.
I am, in fact, going to need a DC 17 or acrobatics or athletics check in order to not plunge into the abyss.
Alright.
As the ground below you begins to crumble.
Between the ground of all of us?
27.
Specifically, Twin. So, Twin, you just about managed to grab the rope as the chest just falls through the floor, and then the floor quickly follows behind,
Fun.
plunging somewhere into the darkness, and a couple of seconds later you hear it splash into some kind of water.
Oh. I was wondering how far down that went.
A good ways.
Yeah. How long was that? Like
Congratulations, you
3
have a
seconds?
shiny rapier now.
Yep.
I just gotta
Like
ask, are
10.
you alright, Prince?
Just fine.
Did you get whatever it was in there that you were looking for?
I hold up the shiniest rapier in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Damage!
Very good for you. I think we should try and rejoin the others. Best to continue on the path we've been going for now.
Okay.
Kind of motion for the only way we haven't gone so far.
Yeah. And just putting along. Let's go!
Alright, so I have periodic kind of
where it just waits for like
I stop here and hold out my hand to high five the skeleton.
skeleton does not high five you, unfortunately.
Bro, leave me hanging like
There's no
that.
for you to pass.
Alright, so we continue going, and then we're in this room. I got a question, a little man. These statues people, or these statues?
They're- I would once again describe them as remarkably lifelike.
Based on like classical, I've seen a lot of statues in my life. The way these statues are made, are they like traditional statuesque poses, or are these like action poses, like people actively doing things, not the kind of thing you would normally see in statues?
Very much action poses.
So this is not what you would traditionally expect, and there's also a lot of snake skin.
Now, not necessarily what you traditionally expect, but pre-Cataclysm, there were some Michelangelo-esque sculptors who would just go buck wild on marble because they were just for the fun of it, really, just to show off. Like, have you seen the classical statues
I have.
from like, the Renaissance where they carved veils on people that look see-through?
Or cloth
I
that's
have.
wet.
Yeah.
Or stone that's
That's-
wet, sorry.
That is a question I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna just kind of take a quick look over these statues, these two.
Uh-huh.
Do they have any noticeable cuts on them or like damage from like if it's pre-statue?
They look They look like battle-scarred war veterans. A couple of them appear to have open wounds of some kind that have been immortalized in stone.
Got it. I don't know what a basilisk is because I'm a sea creature, but that is concerning. I'm gonna be generally unnerved. I have no context here, so I'm not gonna make any check. I'm just gonna. That's wonderful. Do we rejoin the group?
Do we see the group?
Yeah, they're in the next room.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kind of double check. Hello?
We're over
Over
there.
here!
We're here. We are.
We need you!
Yeah, we might need someone with a bit of expertise
You
on
in
this.
particular!
Your griffin peers around the corner and trills at you.
yeah,
Is it
he's
safe
here
to
too.
cross these gaps?
It's a bridge.
The bridge is still there.
That's kind of. Okay.
It is a
Can I see
sexual
it, or-
bridge, but it is there.
Alright, you can see it. I'm having issues with the map layer right now, so I can't
No, that's fine. I'm gonna.
put the bridge there.
I-
Put the bridge there.
I bring my little group across the bridge and I invite.
I never
Who's to
saw
come
the
with?
bridge, so it's fine. Anyways,
The bridge is glowing bright blue. It's impossible to miss.
I know, but
Further.
it's not showing on the map.
Because I'm having
so
issues with the map layer.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm gonna take a sec to describe what I saw. So the purple obelisks that we saw, I saw another one in a statue with a large man. Similar armor and style to the first one we saw, but notably different. Different armor, no insignias of any kind, and a purple flame effigy of him and what appeared to be his the divinity he served, relaxing, lounging as king in a kingdom. What have you been up to or seen?
Well, this may come as a surprise. Becklin's name is on this statue. as a knight of the crown.
Okay. I just kind of walk around, take a look at each of these. Would you say I have an alright? Would you say I have an okay time reading these since I am
Yeah.
an archaeologist specifically in pre-cataclysm stuff, not post.
Yes. Yes, this is your area of expertise. It's simple to read.
Yeah. So I just kind of read these. Interesting. And you had some
If you would,
concerns. Beckman's name is definitely on there.
if you would indulge me.
Of course.
The Oath of the Crown. My honor is my life. I will unite rather than divide and bring men together. No one is above the law, least of all myself, and I will love justice above all else. The Order of the Sword Oath is my honor is my life. I will stand when others fall. I will fight only for the worthy cause, and I will not break faith with the Shield siblings who rely. Thus is carved into the pillars.
I have a question.
Yes.
I don't know if it's possible, but that one right there, bit of an enigma. Worn completely smooth.
What
Any-
concerns me more than that one is this one. And you see she walks over to the one of the rows. This is the antithesis to what the Knights of the Rose represented. And you see she kind of focuses on that last line. What do you all know of the Knights of the Rose?
Unfortunately, not enough.
The Knights of the Rose were an order that remained somewhat anonymous. They did not keep names or announce themselves. They simply did their duty. She kind of points at the first line. These were knights that were meant to be anonymous. They did not tell the people how many there were, or who they were, but simply the deeds that they committed. Knights of the Roses did things, no one person. So to see names lined up like this is strange. But I suppose, you see she points to the last line in the poem. Darrett, have you seen this oath before? The Knights of the Rose?
Garrett. Hello?
Hello,
Is any-
Darrett.
Is anyone there?
Right, I was eating. I apologize.
All good.
Stuffing my face because I thought this was a roleplay moment.
Mm.
Not that I know of. Like you said, they tend to kind of keep themselves secret. I guess we don't have that many records of them pre-Cataclysm, but
I suppose
I don't know.
I suppose perhaps this is a line in it that's for them only? If the world is not supposed to know who they are, perhaps they were supposed to keep track of each other and their deeds? It would make sense.
Maybe?
It would make sense then if only they were supposed to know that something like this would exist, but only hidden in a place like this.
I don't know. Maybe. I couldn't say.
My curiosity
Either way.
is, did Becklin meet down here to write her own name on here? Or is this a rest in peace memorial type thing?
It would seem that these people and this place were long since dead and abandoned. This place is still covered in like decades worth of dust, right?
Yes. Speaking of, your Arcana check did not reveal any ostensible or obvious magic.
That's what I thought. Okay.
I wonder, maybe it's an
Sorry.
ancestor?
I'm going to.
This is.
I'm
name of
going
an
to tap
ancestor that she's
Laika's
named after?
arm. Sorry.
Yes.
I'm going to point to Becklin's name on the pillar. How do you explain that?
I'm gonna ask some questions, Pancake, about these
Okay.
stones.
You may
First.
ask her questions.
All of the names carved and all of the style, it's the same, right? Like, none of these look out of place on the stone. They're all the same exact style.
Yep.
And it's all the same very old stone, clearly.
Yes.
Second question. Taking a look at this one over here, it
Mhm.
looks like it's been worn down. Does it look like it's been worn naturally, like erosion, like water or people rubbing on it, or like something chunked pieces of it off?
Very much natural erosion, but not in keeping with the rest of the pillars are perfectly preserved, right? This one appears to have weathered the full brunt of the time that has passed.
Yeah. Becklin's name seems like it's been here as long as any of the others. Generations.
That's why I'm guessing it's an ancestor.
It could be, but you never know with these things. It could be Becklin's ancestor, but a place like this, weird statues of battle-torn warriors, pillars of purple fire depicting visions. Strange things are happening here.
It also seems to interfere with magic cast.
The only one that seems to be affected by the decades this place has been is the last one. But there's no precedent for a fourth Night Order. Night Order. As far as I know.
Unless there was in the past, and the reason it is no longer is because the gods who it's served had to leave.
Well, it seems to fall into a bit of a theme. Well, why is a piece of god that can't give it a name? So maybe that's who that's were sworn to this deity, and they got eroded with time.
Possibly.
Did you have any kind of scuffle? If you don't mind me asking, has anything changed in that first chamber since you were in there? Were all of those statues and snake skins there to begin with?
They were
There
there.
were
And
two horses.
two steeds, and I hold up the pendant that I got.
Wait, the steeds are attached to a pendant? I missed that part.
No, the steeds are in the pendant.
Ah,
Yes.
I see.
He looks kind of
And-
confused at you.
Did we not fill you in on? Okay, so I'm gonna fill her in on everything with Jane.
I just like to point out, you skipped straight to Becklin's name is on this pillar. She has no
Yeah,
context for anything in between.
I walked into this room and you were like, Becklin's name is on a pillar. What the fuck is happening?
Yeah.
Did Twin want to go down the stairs? Do you want to say does Twin want to?
Twin has gone down the stairs. I was going to let you guys go for a little while longer since you had some good momentum built up.
Do you want to let Twin go for a second while I process this and get a response? Because now I have information I have to rethink about. So I have to formulate what is going in character like several minutes of explanation and exposition.
I was just going to let you guys keep going. This is playing the game.
Fair enough.
But if you go obscenely long, I will move us along. But right now, you're doing okay.
That's something. So you saw him in one of these visions break the oath. We don't know much about the oath, but we did hear Y mention it once before. In relation to the Starsteel sword?
It seems like in the vision, he had two oaths that came in conflict, and had to break one.
And they mentioned something about you taking an oath.
Yeah, everyone keeps mentioning.
Well, Ajahn, I think it's...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I don't know. I feel as though I don't my loyalty to any of these orders, any kind of motion. I just want to do what I think is right.
And is that something that you're willing to swear yourself by?
I mean, that's what I've been doing my whole life. I stop now.
I mean, this place, these knights, were, to a degree, supposed to be an example for everyone. The Knights of Solamnia, at their peak, before the Cataclysm and their turn, brought peace to the realm. They were knights that protected, that kept things in order. They were an example to everyone about taking an oath, sticking to it, and what that could do for everyone. Derek, Becklin inspired you, didn't she? To become a knight? Keep getting him when he's eating.
Yeah.
You really do. You like build up all this good momentum and then ask the NPC a question.
Bro, he's important! Bro, his dead
I
mom's on
know.
that tower.
I'm sorry. I'm hungry.
You're fine.
Yeah, she was my mom. I guess she adopted me. I was her squire. She kind of showed me that I didn't have to just kind of be a sad sack of nothing. I guess like I was. You know, I was a teenager. I was kind of useless. He says, being a teenager standing there with a sword in his hand.
And now you want to help people. You served on the battlefield to protect fellow men. You've fought in defense of the city that you're with. Calaman now. And in Vogler. You have done a lot, and I'm sure Becklin would be proud. But she put you on that path, to say.
Uh-huh.
I
Is at this point in the
think-
conversation, Y pipes up and goes, I like him. He's good at his job.
He is.
Why?
Again, it's...
Oh, sorry. I keep going. Okay.
Actually, I think that bad at all. Why? You have done a lot to help us, haven't you, at this point?
I do my best.
And you do very well. But, I was gonna say, is that action you would have taken on your own? Or was it seeing us take action that inspired you to do the same?
Well, I did what I had to do.
See, that's the oath that I swear to. Do it needs to be done, and people find that inspiring. And they do to make their surroundings better, their community. Fine by me.
And I think it can be as simple as that. I don't know the specifics of oaths. I can't say anyone does. Most of what I know is from Y's stories. She mentioned that the sword...
I'm really bad at telling stories.
You do well enough. There are pieces to pick up on. You mentioned when we talked and had the Star Steel sword in our possession that
Rothion, yeah.
it had that had taken an oath. That they had taken an oath.
Swords can't take. No. What?
The person,
Person who
that,
wielded it.
Yeah. Uh-huh. That's how it works.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the rules.
That person had taken...
So,
Mhm.
all right. I'm gonna try something.
I think... I kind of motioned to him. Go ahead.
I'm gonna go over to the fourth statue. One
Mhm.
that's blank.
Mhm.
And I'm going to wordlessly give an oath. Not any oath in particular. But I'm basically just going to be like, to whatever mystery there is there, I swear, devote myself to helping those in need, to allow my actions speak for myself, protect those that require it, and to encourage everyone to do their part to make it to make it that much of a better place.
I
I have a
need
cheeky
you.
comment.
That is the way
So
of the
please-
land, isn't it?
Please roll me charisma. What's up, Leica?
Maybe
I don't
gonna say,
actually have a very good charisma. You're giving me.
Good.
I'm going to become a paladin. I'm not going to be one.
It's gonna be fun.
no,
That's
it's fine.
That's
I was gonna
Yeah.
like I just kind of comments. Maybe we can work on getting that into a few points like the other statues have.
Does everything need to be like poetic and shit?
No, but having more sentence-wise points than a run-on sentence might be helpful.
Well, 16. I learned how to read like
And you're doing very well.
Well-
Anyway, I got a 16, and I'm looking. I'm like, guys, there's probably something like happening behind. Listen. These oaths, words, actions, words. It's
Okay.
What happens, Ping?
As heartfelt as your unspoken oath may be, you can kind of extend your influence as you would for key. You know, that's the monk way of doing it. That's how you're used to doing it. Is you extend your spiritual influence into the world around you and affect it. This feels a little bit like that, but you're running into a barrier somewhere just beyond yourself where you're not quite connecting with what you're looking for. But there's something there. There's definitely a feeling of, if you knew how, if you had permission, you would be able to reach out and grab something just a little bit beyond you.
mission. Can I like? Okay.
That is
I feel
the
like I'm
rule of
hitting
the
a wall
land.
here.
Do you need to protect those who need to be protected? That is the job of those who are stronger. Or that is what should be. Unlike what happened in the cataclysm.
I have a thought. A devilish thought, Seymour. I just kind of look at him. Remember the pictures we've been seeing in the Purple Flame?
Yeah, pretty hard to forget.
Your oath is about oneself. Both of the oaths that they swore were related to something else, for something beyond the self. For the people, for their god, what do you want your oath to be to?
Well,
There is at that point a deep rumbling from deeper within the temple underground. It hits Twint first and then works its way up the stairs like an echoing, anguished cry, rocking the walls around you. The fires that have been burning on your bodies are immediately extinguished.
Oh boy.
is that good or bad?
I mean, not cold anymore, so there's that.
Um,
Twint! How you doing, buddy?
I'm here.
is Twin dead?
I keep muting my mic because I have nothing to say.
Well,
I'm just over here
Here we are.
vibing. You know, picnic
Here we
blanket
are.
and bread. Ooh, fire.
there is one last column of fire at the bottom of the stairs, but this one doesn't seem to be reacting at all. It's
Aw.
just kind of there right now.
Book.
The book is extremely heavy, and it's actually shaking now physically, kind of in tune with the fire, but it's not doing the images thing that it would normally do. It's not reacting the way you would expect it to.
I open the book.
The book is now a hashed jumble of lines overwriting themselves. It is completely incomprehensible.
Cool.
Except now, instead of just being like swirling images, it's like there's a hand actively scribbling in the words. In fact, multiple hands, all fighting each other to figure out which one is going to write what. Overwriting and erasing each other constantly.
Would you say that the writing would be coming from the other side of the page, air quotes, from where I'm standing?
Yeah, it's like someone's looking down at the book and writing in it.
Okay, so if I were to be looking down at the book, would they be writing looking up at the same page?
No, it's from the perspective as if you were writing it. Like you're just holding a book and someone's writing in the book.
Alright.
Basically, someone is standing where you are, except in this case, it's like several dozen someones.
Ah. Yeah, okay.
There's also, from somewhere behind you, a just completely indeterminate location, just the faint sound of weeping.
Neat. I guess I'm gonna look back.
Everybody else doing? Well, with the Doppler effect, you can tell that is where the sound's coming from. You don't see any obvious source.
Cool. Let's jump in the fire, just for funsies.
It is cold fire.
Okay.
How's everybody else doing? You doing alright up there? You having fun?
I'm just curious as to what's about to attack us.
You getting ready to go?
Yeah.
Or do you have further questions that need answering through vagary?
Real quick question. What statue is the bottom right? Because we have Rose, Crown...
The bottom right is the completely blank one.
It's the completely blank one that I'm trying to, like, parse out.
Interesting. Okay.
I would say maybe think on it. Or if you want a quick oath, fuck it, what's the Team Rocket? Goddammit, I can't remember the Team Rocket oath. To protect the world from devastation.
Blasting off at the speed of light. But
Surrender now.
World from devastation to unite all people within our nation. To renounce the evils of truth and love. To spread our light to the stars above, or something like that.
So yes, that was.
Yeah.
See James, Team Rocket.
I'm just like,
Blasting off at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare. Prepare to fight.
I think it'll come to me.
Eventually.
In the meantime, I think something big is about to erupt. Excuse me.
Let's go try and save Twint.
Yeah, let's go save Twin.
Find out what else is going on in here.
At the bottom of the
Shuffle it down the
stairs, you find a picnic blanket and a half-eaten piece of bread.
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 Rip.
Bread. Alright, if you turn your attention to the upper right of the map, there is another clear space where Twint is.
Yep. At the bottom of the stairs, you find a picnic blanket and a half-eaten piece of bread. I've even drawn it for you.
Time to gather my many tokens.
Oh, please. Not more.
Gather the party. I don't... no, actually, the Griffin would fit down these stairs. I'm sorry, but the Griffin must come.
Oh.
Griffin.
Did the Griffin fit?
Yeah, unfortunately. I was gonna say no, but no.
Don't
The
get
Griffin fits.
Yeah, don't get lost in the picnic blanket.
He's skipping over.
I'm just gonna, real quick, move the picnic blanket to the map layer.
Okay.
I completely lost my token.
Alright.
Oh, no.
One monkey boy. Is your token
Wait.
right here?
There I am, yeah. I got stuck under the map.
Rip. Do you have it now, or...?
I'm trying to pick it up. It's like, there we go. Boom. Okay.
Okay, cool.
Well, you didn't get the whole thing, but that's okay.
It's fine. You're in a long, dark hall.
Yep.
As you descend the stairs into the final hallway, it's pitch black in here, aside from the single pillar of burning violet light, and a trail of violet fire which has followed a twin ever since he jumped in.
Yep.
There is also, at the moment, a physical barrier, which I have forgotten to move to the visible layer, so give me 1 sec. There's a barrier here preventing you access.
I did. There it is. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't get the whole line. It's there.
Just tiny purple footsteps all the way up to the barrier. What's the barrier made out of?
Fire, but it's solid this time.
Oh. Is it cold?
Yes.
Can I jump through?
No, it's solid.
Oh. Much like the bridge from earlier.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
In fact, nearly identical, but purple and made of fire.
Can I throw my book at it?
You can, it'll just bounce off.
Damn it. I hit myself in the head with my own book.
You're literally throwing the book at it.
Yeah.
Take 1d4 book damage to the face.
One
All
book
right.
damage,
You guys know-
okay.
You guys know that saying?
What?
Throw the book at it? You know
Yeah.
that saying, throw
Yeah.
the book at it? Okay, yeah.
My favorite version of that saying actually comes from Terry Pratchett, where throw the book at him is a literal execution method.
Whoa.
The book of laws is so thick that people throw it at you and you die.
See, by the way, it's not even just one book anymore. You need an entire library to fit most, like, common law and case law.
That is horrifying, but also completely understandable.
Yep.
Well, that's why everything is, like, we use digital databases now.
Uh-huh.
Welcome to the future, old man.
Yup.
Anyways.
Can you imagine trying to print all of that, just having it physically in paper? How much would the wall weigh?
All
right.
It would weigh several tons. Anyway.
We have, if you would permit me, one final cutscene. In which the violet pillar vanishes. No resolving into illusions, no memories from the past, it simply vanishes. And is replaced by spectral images much like Jane that you saw earlier, but flickering in and out, more difficult to make out. One of them is the same man in extremely ornate plate armor, who you saw in all of the previous visions, without his shield, but holding a great spear. On his shoulder is perched a very young woman with kind of frizzy, bright, glowing red hair, almost like there are embers in it, who is trailing smoke, effectively, in the vision. And then, at his left side, walking just slightly behind him at attention, is the figure of one Worston Krynn.
Worston Krynn!
And you can just barely overhear the sounds of conversation echoing from the memories as the large metal figure puts a very gentle hand on Worston Kryn's shoulder. I'm sorry that it must be the Halveric, my dear, but it is what it is. And she attempts to look stoic in the face of what you can clearly see on her face is just this soul-crushing grief. The young woman on the man's shoulder seems entirely nonplussed by what's going on, but less in the frustrated way and more in the way of like a teenager who has no real idea what's going on and is just sort of along for the ride, you know? Like, I'm not emotionally mature enough to have this conversation, but I'm gonna listen in anyway. As that vision begins to fade, you hear the larger figure whisper, "You will have 10 minutes. I can guarantee you that on my oath. Whatever remains of it, I will allow you that much peace." And then the vision fades, as does the wall of fire.
Go, go, go.
Alright, well, 10 minutes, let's go!
Into the dark.
All right,
In we go.
and we now set the final scene of the dungeon.
Cool.
Boss room.
I've been waiting for this.
Okay.
Woo!
I was gonna say this is becoming a long session.
Yes. We're gonna go a little bit longer, and then probably call it before the fight.
No, we down for it. Let's fight.
I
Nah.
don't know about that.
So, entering into the room, there are two things that immediately strike you. The first is that this pattern on the back wall, where I'm pinging,
Mhm.
is the body of a something like 70-foot long Medusa, which has been pinned to the wall with multiple spears and has since rotted away to a skeleton.
Okay.
There is a tomb inset into this stone with the same dual snake coat of arms set into it, except the door has been shoved to the side, and there's another skeletal knight, this time with a spear, standing there conversing with two figures, one of Worston Kern and one of the cleric from Luma's Dream. And standing between you and all of that is the 7-foot-tall figure of one Stephen Soth, man of legend, paladin from pre-Cataclysm.
Cool.
Simply facing you, holding a spear, as if he's been waiting for you. You've arrived. Congratulations.
Mm.
Ah, yes, he looks at Leica. Bella Maria's barbarian, I have heard of you from my niece. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. I appreciate your acknowledgement of my hold on these lands. It does a soul good to know that law still exists here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Who is he talking to?
Leica.
Me.
Oh.
He was talking
Because
to
I
like
acknowledge him as Lord of Night Vale. So you are alive. If I might
And have
ask,
been these many centuries, yes.
if I might ask a question,
You may. As you say, or as you ask that, he's going to gesture with the spear, and a series of further barriers are going to appear between all of you and Worston Kern and what's going on back there. My niece has 10 minutes with her husband, and I will allow no interruptions. But you may ask your questions.
what do you and this place have to do with the knights?
A good question. Right to the point. I appreciate it. Allow me to introduce myself as my herald, and he stands up straighter, takes on the full regal bearing of a proper lord. My herald is indisposed at the moment. I am Stephen Soth, ruler of Nightland, lawful and just. You, Bella Morea's barbarian, I believe your name is Leica, correct?
Correct.
Would you care to effect a formal introduction of your companions?
I kind of look at them, and
I will speak for myself, but the others might need the introduction.
basically, yeah, I'm giving people who want to introduce themselves an opportunity.
I think I'm too busy looting.
What are you looting?
To the right.
Dirt, pebbles.
It's a
There's a
rock.
relief on the floor.
It's a different colored rock than the rest of them.
It's a part of the floor.
It is, in fact, a part of the floor.
Damn it. It looks shiny, okay? You know what?
Alright.
I'll
Twin
look at
hasn't,
the rest of the party.
Twin hasn't
Is it all
figured
right
it
if I
out yet.
introduce
It's fine.
myself?
Okay, Twin's just digging at the floor desperately.
You
Yes.
may introduce yourself. Anyone that wishes for it.
I suppose I'll go first then.
Iriata very deliberately takes a step to stand behind Lyko.
My name is
Not
Dumluck,
hiding, but just like...
first son of Gimdisset of the line of Loverak.
That thanedom still exists, does it? Good. Good.
Barely.
And the rest of you?
My name is Dwarvos Ironbeard, follower of Kiri Joleth.
A valiant god, and much appreciated in this time. He gives you a proper bow. Like, clasps his hands in front of him and just straight at the waist bow. It is wonderful to be graced in the presence of a true cleric once again. This land has been sorely lacking your kind for too long.
There certainly is far and few between.
Ajon, do you want me to speak to you?
I just kind of like look up and I go, John.
Ajan, I will deal with you in a moment. We have business to attend to. And the child desperately digging at the floor in the corner?
Quint, associate of the Traveler. As you once were yourself.
Traveler?
I just had to yell over introductions!
There's like a genuine moment of sadness in his voice as you say that. He goes, I see. May she keep you well.
You're soft.
I am.
What the fuck did you do to my book?
It was a gift. I merely received it.
It's
And
unreadable now.
There are consequences to every decision.
Great, wonderful.
As for what I have to do with the knights, I am the Rose. You may be familiar, you may not. It is of no consequence to me whether or not you fully understand the import. I merely stand as representative to my order. I understand that there are those who have taken the oath, but none who have truly devoted themselves to it in recent memory, so you may have forgotten what it means. I would be glad to show you. But you, he levels his spear directly at you, Ajan. You and I have business to attend to, as soon as the formalities are finished.
What kind of business we talking?
My daughter has chosen you. I would see that she has chosen wisely.
Your daughter?
Oh no.
Why?
Ajan, I think your wife might be the daughter of Stephen Saw.
Oh. What race is he?
It's impossible to tell under the armor, but you're pretty sure from all of the visions that he's mostly human.
Oh.
Fuck.
There's no... either way, it's funny. No matter what the context there is, it's pretty funny.
It can either be why or it can be my wife, but my wife is a...
Oh boy.
You might be able...
Oh boy.
If we defeat him, you might be able to ask him where she is at.
Dear friends, this is where the session ends.
Oh,
Yeah.
come on!
I have... Can I ask one last question?
You may.
I was gonna say, what is Brain? What are these two's intention with Worston Kern's husband? What do they intend to do here with him?
I am here at the Dragon Queen's command, as I am irrefutably bound to an oath I can no longer break. As you can see, he gestures to just the entirety of himself. I am not myself anymore, nor am I entirely under my own control. The Halveric, my heir, There's a part of that curse which we must remove from this place at her will. She has use for it elsewhere. Her cleric is here to effect that transaction. However, I have promised my niece 10 minutes, and he just kind of stops. I have promised her 10 minutes with her husband, and I will not suffer it to be interrupted by anyone.
Luma
Who is
Luma
her
will look directly to where his eyes could be and ask, "Do you need help?"
There is no help you could give, no assistance you could render, no oath you could take that would remove the consequences of my actions from me.
Do you want help, old one?
He does not respond.
Then,
Who is your daughter and who is her
Wait,
husband?
who's your daughter?
Worston,
Next time on Dragon Ball Z!
God damn it! Am I married to the big bad's daughter?
he's not, this is not the big bad. This is just kind of a guy.
A big bad.
What a
My-
twist!
My comment, my wonderful comment is, well, say, while we have acknowledged Stephen Thoth as true ruler of Night Vale, we stand against the I was gonna say, we stand against the Queen Takaisis. So we must now fight.
I was going to ask if he wanted
Next time on Dragon
help.
Ball Z.
If he wanted help moving on, because it is the duty of the Labrak family to aid the undead to pass on.
He gave his answer.
Yep.
Did everyone have a good time?
Yes.
Yes.
Are y'all satisfied?
Yes.
Yeah,
I got to be chaotic gremlin for once. It was fun.
Making an oath is hard.
We'll get you there. We'll get you some proper grammar and some sentence structure for that oath. It'll polish up real nice.
Fun fact, both Ajan and Mike have a -1 to intelligence.
Oh boy.
As much as I
don't
love you,
believe that for a second because Mike is a lawyer.
I'm trying to be a lawyer. I'm not one yet.
Unfortunately,
I think
Mike is well on his
as
way
much
to
as I
being a
love you,
lawyer.
no. You're right,
Also,
Mike.
Yeah?
also
Yeah.
comment.
Let
Mike,
the
are
man
you not
speak.
actually- What?
What's up, Swampy?
I was gonna say, are you not? I was gonna say, I thought passing the bar meant you were an attorney, and going to law school meant you were a lawyer. Are you not already a lawyer?
On a technical level, yes, but these days, like, lawyer and attorney are interchangeable. So, like, technically, I'm a lawyer, but it doesn't mean anything in the context of the legal career.
Technically, it's 9/10 of the law.
Yeah.
You're 9/10 of an attorney. Got it.
Working on it.
I believe in you. I have the utmost faith in you.
Thank you.
You
Fun fact,
got
you
this,
do
Mike.
not... I'll say this again and again. You do not have to be smart to be a lawyer. There are some dumb as bricks lawyers out there.
Well, it's like brain. It's like being a financier or a trader on Wall Street. Like, most of the people who do that job were like C+ students who just barely got by, right? The vast majority of people who do trading on Wall Street are not Icon. They are not geniuses who can make all of the money. It's got to be the same with lawyers because there's just so many of them.
Mm-hmm. Too many.
You see, scientists don't have that issue because if we're dumb, we blow ourselves up.
Yeah,
It's a very
science is really just speed running the Darwin Awards.
I was gonna say.
You're right.
So yeah,
I do have a question for Hef
Yes.
on the subject of character creating.
Yes.
Why did you make your character a halfling instead of a goblin.
Because I wanted to try out halflings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Working out so far.
Yeah, it is.
Here, bro.
Okay.
I originally went with a girl, but y'all misgender, and so I just made her a guy instead. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's largely because none of us saw the pronouns, and then when we offered to change it back, you just went, it's fine, and didn't commit to anything. So we just continued down the railroad we were already on.
Yep.
It'll be what it'll be.
Yep.
Alright. I need to take a bio break. I will be right back. There's some after session stuff that I need to get wrapped up, and y'all can ask whatever questions you would like to, but I'll be back in 30 seconds.
Okay.
All right. See, what's funny is that when he said his daughter, my brain didn't go to like the backstory thing. I thought he was talking about why, and I'm like, oh, that's a twist.
Cack.
Well, it could be why, but my mind immediately went to your wife because he is still alive, and if he is still alive, perhaps his daughter is very old, and from your backstory, it was put forward that she was waiting on you, and because she was waiting on you to mature enough to become her man, that's where my mind went.
Alright, I'm back.
That does make a ton of sense. It's just like sometimes I forget. Oh wait, I made a backstory for the character.
Mhm.
I put in effort.
Speaking of Pajan, I need two things.
Yes.
First, I cannot for the life of me figure out where I wrote down the name of your wife. So I really need you to send that to me. I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you want, I can just say it unless you want.
I will not. I will have no idea how to spell it. Just say it.
Okay.
Also, keeping it a secret would be kind of fun.
Okay. Yeah. The one thing is that if that, so I guess that all but confirms it. As to who this guy is.
Oh no, I'm not necessarily. I'm not going to say one way or another. I was looking today and I genuinely cannot find that note.
Okay. Also, if a retcon is needed, I did initially say that she was a child, but if it works better that she's human, do that.
Oh no, it's absolutely. No retcon is needed. We're doing absolutely fine right now.
Okay. Let me just send you that.
Don't worry about it. Second thing, as a direct result of having the Divinely Favored feat, in the next session, you are going to be offered explicitly offered the chance to take prestige levels in Paladin. You don't have to if you don't want to. There are other benefits you can get instead, but Paladin is the primary reward for this current track.
I mean, Paladin Monk sounds pretty sick, so...
If there's a particular oath you would like to have, let me know. Otherwise, there's one specific one that we're going to just kind of run with, if you don't have any preference.
I'm going to do some research into what I think.
Okay.
I don't know Paladin.
Don't worry too much about your stats. Like, it's not... Obviously, you're not necessarily going to be the greatest Paladin ever, but don't worry too much about the stats of, like, oh, this is based off my charisma, so it's going to suck, so I shouldn't take it. Like, there are ways around that.
Okay. If you can tie it to wisdom instead.
Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah. Don't break... I don't want to just... I just don't want to, like, break convention. I'm not, like, trying to power game right now. Aljon is powerful enough as is.
We are so far beyond that I do not care.
Yeah.
It's getting to the point where I'm being pushed to power game because otherwise I'm just going to keel over and die.
So, just to not peel back the curtain, but to let you know of the structure you may not have noticed, the effective structure of this campaign is you are approaching the end of roughly the center of the campaign. What you are about to fight is the height of mortal martial prowess. Once you have survived this encounter, I get to start using spellcasters properly.
All right.
Worston Kern and Steven Soth are people who have had centuries to hone their abilities with their chosen weapons.
Right.
So this is going to be good.
Height of martial prowess. Alex.
Yes.
This is the extent that a mortal
That's the
can
name of the
reach.
joke.
It's going to be good. Also, I watched The Raid again recently.
Oh my god, I love the raid.
There is something inherently dangerous about The Raid, to me specifically, because watching Mad Dog makes me want to learn Salat so bad. There are no one, absolutely no one in my general area who will ever teach that.
It
But,
seems
like,
it's hard to learn, like in the U.S.
but it looks so cool.
Like there are plenty of martial arts that, like for the sake of cool, that exist in the U.S.
I know.
Silat is really cool though.
Like, learning something explicitly for the sake of it looks really cool is the worst possible mindset I personally could have.
Whoa, not at all. What?
No. Here's the thing. If I go into something with the express intent of I want to be cool, I burn out super quick. Like, the stuff that I keep doing is the stuff I genuinely care about. The Raid makes me look at Mad Dog and go, yeah, I want to kick somebody's knee like that. And then I think realistically I would learn how to do that one thing and then just stop. Like, I would have that thing, because that's all I really care about.
So I will say this: there is nothing wrong with learning to do something simply because it's
correct.
Like, don't be. I know that like it's a motivation thing, but if you think something is cool, and you are willing to devote the time,
yes,
go for it, dude.
There are two very important factors I've learned from me personally. First, I have to be personally interested in it, which I am with Salat. It's the one martial art I've ever considered genuinely learning. But two, I have to have other people with me to keep me honest. Otherwise, I'll just hit like a plateau and stop because I get bored.
Oh yeah. That's the thing about martial arts communities is that you have that baked into it.
Correct.
Other people taking the class.
I don't know about the rest of the U.S., but it does not exist here. We do karate, judo, and a little bit of tai chi.
If you look hard enough, there's
almost certainly. I just have not looked that hard.
Also, damn, I really got put into timeout halfway through the session.
Unfortunately, yes, you did, because things were happening. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I did it of my own accord. It's really funny to me. I picked the least archaeology route.
It happens. You did some archaeology.
Oh, don't worry. I now have theories. Now that I have the information. Also,
yeah, it's all coming together.
Also, now I have a piece of information I did not before. I have the Kingfisher. I got the Kingfisher. I got the goddamn Kingfisher.
Yeah. Yay! Anybody have any general questions, concerns, comments?
It was pretty interesting that he knew about my family household.
No one's lived 200 years, to be fair.
Yeah, I was about to ask, how old is this guy?
Steven Soth is pre-Cataclysm, so over 300 years ago.
Alright, yeah, so he's been around.
Historically speaking, Steven Soth was 61 years old at the time of Cataclysm.
This guy might just be a saint. Maybe.
No.
Probably.
I don't think he's a saint. I think this is Steven Soth, who may have been the first Knight of the Rose.
Who may be a saint because of the Knights of the Rose.
The Knights of the Rose, he might be now, but the Knights of Flamnia aren't really a sainted organization. They were around while the gods were. And they've kind of really fallen off since then. Like, they are not doing hot.
I will say that's not necessarily the most logical conclusion to come to, because being a saint requires two things. The first is you have to do something exceptional, which obviously Steven has at some point in his life done. But the second is you have to you have to effectively have a church dedicated to you,
And if
which he
Okay.
does not.
Yeah.
Like, Gerd is a saint because thousands and thousands of people look up to him as a leader and as a saint. He's effectively a god because people believe in him in that capacity.
Yeah, if Stephen Soft is the first Knight of the Rose, then that would imply that he has no glory, because again, the Knights of the Rose were an organization that did not take any glory in what they did. They simply did it. Like, there was no personal aspect of it, so there's no one to worship.
Possibly, but at the same time, he was the first Knight of the Rose, and therefore the leader of the Rose.
He didn't say he was the first. He said he was the Rose.
He was the Rose, yes. It wasn't necessarily.
Okay.
So it might be a progenitor situation.
I don't talk about 40K.
Possibly.
Don't bring up the progenitors.
No, not the.
I'm just gonna say they're Primarchs, not progenitors.
Oh my god!
I've been listening to. Someone's been showing me 40K lore.
It just. It's funny because I feel like nowadays, like, because everything has like, because just how many properties there are, you can't just use a word without accidentally like referencing something.
Yeah, what I find most interesting is that the fact that the whole Stephen Soft is the rightful ruler of Night Vale, of Nightland, comes from him being king, a paladin king for a good while.
Yes.
With divine right to rule as a paladin.
Correct.
He had divine right to rule as a paladin because of one of his two oaths, and he turned his back on one of those two oaths to pursue the other.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Which is the one that led him to.
No, he was not a king because of the oaths. He was a paladin because of the oaths.
He was a paladin because of the oath. He became king because he was.
He just is a king.
Yeah, he was also king.
By birthright.
He swore an oath to his people, and had to give up being a paladin to defend his people. It seems like
he is a historically vilified and reviled king, but he was a king by now.
Yeah.
I thought he was a heroic king, not a villainous one.
Oh no, the popular conception of Stephen Soft in modern history is that he was a despot and a tyrant.
Well, based on the flashbacks that we saw, it seems like he. Yeah.
Public opinion.
To be fair, one of the flashbacks we saw was a massive war after he had broken his oath.
Right.
Yeah.
So even if he was a stable king beforehand, after that happened, shit went downhill. Fast.
That's how it goes when it comes to despot.
So he might have been the Rose and sworn the oath to his people, which was either part of or related to the Knights of Solamnia. But like he still did some horrible things under his oath for his people.
See, that's why, like, I know, like, in game it makes sense, but like the idea of like swearing your entire life to something doesn't sit right with Mike.
That's fair.
Yeah, because like it's important to have like devotions in your life, but like book Jaime Lannister said it best. Can't remember. I'm paraphrasing, but oaths have never meant anything. You make an oath to your family, and you make an oath to your king. But if your king wants your family dead, you have to break one oath.
See,
something of that nature.
I agree with you to an extent, but my takeaway from that is that's what makes paladins more interesting, not less possible.
No, it makes paladins very interesting. I see the idea of like devotion just not possible in the real world because there's too many. I guess you could say that like paladins do exist in our world to a certain capacity. There are plenty of people who devote themselves entirely to some
extent.
Also,
I kind of met one.
I'm not necessarily willing to ascribe like real paladinhood to actual people, but as a person who grew up in a faith that is not compulsory, there is something deeply seductive about the idea of not